Welcome back to Game of Theories. Today's tale: what if Jon Snow raised a dragon army and marched south to avenge his father Ned Stark? Before we ride, if you haven't yet, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so a story like this one never slips past you. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. The sword in the dark. The raven came at the hour when the wall turned the color of old bone, and Jon Snow knew it carried death before anyone broke the seal. He was in the yard when it landed, sword in hand, sweat freezing in his hair, though the cold had teeth that morning that could strip a man's resolve along with his skin. Sir Alistair Thorne had set the recruits against one another in pairs, and Jon had been working Gren's guard apart with the patience of a man dismantling a fence, post by post, when the bird crossed the high pale face of the ice and dropped toward the rookery like a thrown stone. Black wings against a white world. Jon followed it with his eyes and lost the rhythm of the fight, and Gren's blunted edge caught him across the ribs hard enough to fold him over. "Yield," Gren said, blinking, not quite believing it. Yielded, Jon agreed and straightened and did not feel the bruise. He was watching the rookery door. Maester Aemon's steward came down within the hour. Clydas, pink-eyed and soft-footed, found Jon at the armory racking the practice blades, and the slope of the steward's shoulders told the whole of it before a word was spoken. Some news arrives like a blow. Some arrives the way frost does. A thing you notice has already happened. "The Lord Commander wants you," Clydas said. Mormont's solar was warm with a fire that did little against the chill that had gotten into the stone, into Jon, into the morning. The old raven shuffled on its perch and muttered corn, 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 and went silent when Jon came in, which it never did. Jeor Mormont stood at the window with a parchment in his fist. He was a big man gone gray, a man who had outlived sons and a wife and an age of the world, and he had the look of someone deciding how to set a broken bone in another man's body. "Sit," Mormont said. "I'll stand." Mormont studied him, then nodded, the nod a man gives when another has answered a hard question correctly, and that landed worse than pity would have. He held out the parchment. Jon did not take it. "Read it to me," Jon said. His voice came out steadier than it had any right to be, level as a still pond and pond deep. So Mormont read. The words were a herald's words, formal, the kind men used to make a wound respectable. Lord Eddard Stark, hand of the king, had confessed to treason. He had plotted against the boy King Joffrey, first of his name, and conspired to steal the throne from its rightful heir. Mercy had been the queen's wish and the council's counsel. Mercy had been overruled. On the steps of the Sept of Baelor, before the crowd and the 7 gods and the bones of ancestors that lay 1,000 leagues away in the cold of the north, Eddard Stark had been made shorter by a head. Mormont read the last of it and let the parchment fall to the table and watched Jon to see what he would do. Jon did nothing. That was the first thing the cold taught him in that solar, with the raven listening and the fire eating itself. You could hold very still and the world would keep moving, and the stillness was its own kind of answer. He thought of his father's hands. Eddard Stark had large, scarred, careful hands, and Jon had watched them clean a sword 100 times, the cloth moving down the steel in long passes, and he had watched them rest on his shoulder the morning he rode for the wall. "You have my blood, if not my name," his father had said. "That much they can never take. There is a great deal you do not know, and we will speak of it when next we meet." They would not speak of it now. "Who swung the sword?" Jon said. Mormont's jaw worked. "Jon, who?" Still level, the pond going down and down. "Sir Ilan Payne, the king's justice." A pause weighed out like coin. The order was the king S. The boy S. Joffrey gave it before the whole city after promising the girl her father's life for a confession, your sister. The old bear's voice roughened on that. There were Stark men with him on those steps, and now there are not. That is all the raven holds. Joffrey. The name went into Jon and lodged there, a splinter under the nail, bright and small and impossible to leave alone. The king's justice swung the sword and the king gave the order. And the king was a golden child who had laughed at Jon once across a feast hall in Winterfell, a boy with his mother's mouth. And now that child had used Ned Stark's own greatsword, most like, the Valyrian blade men called ice, to take Ned Stark's head. Jon did not know that last part for certain. He found that he believed it, and the believing settled into him like a stone going down in a deep well and made no splash at all. My brother, Jon said, Robb, calls his banners, marches south. Mormont came around the table. Boy, listen to me now, because I have spoken these words to better men than you and watch them ride off anyway. You wear the black. You said the words. Your father's quarrels died with your father. Your brother's war is not yours, your sister's. He stopped. He had no comfort to give about the sisters, and he was too old and too honest to invent any. Is that all, Lord Commander? Number Mormont's gaze was iron. But it is all you'll hear from me tonight. Go. Walk the top of the wall in this cold and let it freeze the worst of it out of you. Come to me in the morning, a man of the watch, or do not come at all, and we will both know what that means. Jon went. He did not walk the top of the wall. He went to the stables. The cold did the opposite of what Mormont intended. It did not freeze the worst of it out. It crystallized it, made it clear and hard and load-bearing, a thing he could move through. And by the time Jon had a saddle on the little Garren and his sword on his hip and his oath behind him like a door swinging shut, he had stopped mourning and started planning, and only one of those would have troubled the old bear. The plan was thin. A boy's plan, if Jon were honest, and he was trying very hard to be honest, because lies got men killed. He would ride south. He would find Robb. He would take what the Watch had taught his hands and what Winterfell had put in his blood, and he would set both in the path of the Lannisters until one of them was spent. That was the whole of it. He had no men, no name worth the having, no claim to anything but a dead man's blessing. He had a direwolf and a sword and a debt, and debts did not stop crossbow bolts. He knew that. He rode anyway. The gate to the south road stood unmanned at that hour, the way such gates always did, because no one expected the danger to come from inside, from a man trying to leave. Ghost found him before he reached the tree line. The direwolf came out of the dark without sound, white on white, red eyes the only part of him the night did not own, and fell in beside the Garren, and did not once look back toward the wall, which Jon took as a verdict in his favor. He rode south under a sky the color of a bruise, and somewhere past the second hour he heard the others coming, and that was a verdict against him. Pip, Gren, and Sam. 3 men on 3 Garrens, riding badly, Sam riding worst of all, clinging to his saddle the way a drowning man clings to driftwood. They caught him on the King's Road where it ran flat between 2 stands of sentinel pine, and they did not try to stop him. They rode around him instead, the way you heard a stubborn beast, and Pip began to recite. Hear my words and bear witness to my vow, Pip said, breath ragged, his fool's face gone serious in a manner Jon had never seen on it. Night gathers and now my watch begins. Pip. It shall not end until my death. Gren took it up on the other side, his big honest face set against Jon like a wall. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. Stop. They did not stop. Sam came up last, wheezing, and his voice when he found it was the worst of the 3, because Sam was a coward who knew to the copper what running away cost, and he said the words anyway. I am the sword in the darkness, Sam said. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. The horse stopped under Jon. He had not told it to. He sat there in the dark with the 3 of them around him and the words hanging in the air like smoke off a snuffed candle, and Ghost sat in the road between the trees and watched, and the cold pressed in on all of them. He was my father, Jon said. His voice broke on father, the first crack in it all night, and he let it crack, because there was no one here to perform for. They cut off his head, and my brother is marching to war, and I am sitting on a horse on a road, and you want me to recite. You want me to say I am the shield that guards the realms of men while the one who made me rots on a spike above a southern gate. Yes, Sam said simply. Because if you go south you die, Jon. Not in a song. On a field with an arrow in you and your wolf dead beside you and nothing changed by any of it. Your father's gone. Your dying doesn't unmake that. It just makes one more dead Stark, and they have plenty already. Sam's chins trembled, his eyes did not. I knew the moment Clydas came for you, you'd already decided. I'm asking you to decide again, that's all. Just decide again. Decide again. Jon turned the words over. They had the patient shape of his father's words, the shape of a man who believed that choices were the only thing the gods truly left to men, and that you remade yourself with every one. Whoever passes the sentence should swing the sword, Ned Stark had said, on a morning that felt now like another life, a deserter kneeling in the snow and a lesson laid into his son's ear. If you would take a man's life, you owe it to him to look in his eyes and hear his last words. Jon thought, I will look into Joffrey's eyes, I will hear his last words, and I will swing the sword myself. He did not say it. He turned the Garen's head north. Decided, he told Sam. He came to Mormont in the gray before dawn, frost in his cloak, and the old bear looked up from his fire and did not pretend he had expected anything else. Well, Mormont said. I went out the gate, Jon said. He would not lie about it, not to this man. I meant to ride south and find my brother. Sam talked me back. Sam, Mormont snorted, Tarly, a use for him after all. He set down his cup. And now? Jon stood in the warmth of the solar and weighed the larger thing he had carried back from the road, the thing he had no clean words for yet. He had ridden out a son with a fresh grave behind him. He had ridden back as something with a colder shape. The grief was still there and would always be there, but it had gone to the bottom of the well and become foundation. On top of foundation a man can build. Now I serve the watch, Jon said. That's my answer for the morning. You wanted a man of the watch by morning. Here he is. Mormont's eyes narrowed. He had not lived to be old by taking the easy answer for the true one. But the realm is breaking, Jon said. 5 kings before the snows come, I'd wager. Robb in the north. The Lannister boy on the throne. The dead king's 2 brothers, if I know anything of brothers and crowns. And the watch sits up here with 200 swords where once it had 10,000, begging the South for help and getting silence. He paused. When the South is done butchering itself, Lord Commander, whatever comes over the wall won't care which king won. You feel it. You felt it longer than I have. Something is moving out there in the cold. The raven shifted its weight. Snow, it said, a word it had never said before, and the 2 of them looked at it and then at one another. You feel it too, Jon said. I have felt it for a year, Mormont admitted low. I have written to every lord in the 7 kingdoms and gotten back politeness and excuses. The watch needs more than swords now. It needs a reason the realm cannot turn its face from. It needs a wonder. His mouth twisted, and there are no more wonders left in the world. Jon thought of the comet then and could not have said why. It had hung over the wall 3 nights running, a red wound in the eastern sky, long-tailed, the color of fresh blood and old fire both. The men argued its meaning the way men argue anything that unsettles them. A sword to slay the summer, the wildling captives said. Lannister red for the lion's victory, said the Southron-born. Mormont's word wonder slid into Jon's mind beside that red light, and he could not pull the 2 apart. Go, Mormont said. Sleep, you've earned a few hours. We'll speak of your future when you can keep your eyes open. Jon went. He did not sleep. He climbed to the rookery instead, because one man yet living in the world he wished to hear speak, and that man lived among the ravens. Maester Aemon was blind and 100 years old and the wisest creature Jon had ever met, And on the morning after the news he was waiting, which meant he had heard already, which meant all of Castle Black had heard. The rookery was warm with the heat of many small bodies, and loud with the dry rasp of feathers. Eamon sat in his chair by the brazier with a blanket over his knees and his clouded eyes turned toward the door before Jon had finished the last stare. The old man's hands rested on the head of a cane, thin as a child's, the skin gone to parchment over the bones, and yet nothing in how he held himself was frail. He held himself like a thing that had weathered every storm the years could send and was somehow still here. "Come in, Jon Snow," Eamon said. "Sit by me. The cold is unkind to old bones and crueler still to fresh wounds, and we have a fire." Jon sat. He did not know what he had come to say. He found he did not need to say anything, which was the gift Eamon gave a man, the room to be silent in without being asked to fill it. "I knew your father a little," Eamon said after a time. "By the letters he sent the watch, which were more than most lords trouble to send. An honest hand. He wrote as if words were coin and he had earned each one. The world holds fewer such men this morning than it held yesterday, and it held too few to start." The clouded eyes seemed to find Jon's face across the dark behind them. "You will want to do something with what is in you. I will not insult you by promising the feeling passes. It does not. It changes. That is a different thing and a longer road." "They want me to recite," Jon said. "Pip said the words at me on the King's Road, the watcher on the walls, the shield that guards the realms of men, as if a vow could fill the hole they cut in me." "And could it?" Jon held his silence. "I will tell you a thing the watch leaves out of its vows," Eamon said, because the men who wrote the vows had not yet lived them long enough to learn it. "We are men, and men have hearts, and the heart wars against itself in a way no oath can settle. Love is the bane of honor, the death of duty. What is honor against the love of a woman? What is duty against the weight of a newborn son in your arms or the memory of a brother's laugh? Wind and words, wind and words. We are only human and the gods made us to love. That is our great glory and our great tragedy. You speak as a man who knows it. I know it." The old voice did not waver. "When I was young, no older than you are now, word came to me at this wall that my house had fallen, my kin, their children, burned, butchered, scattered like seed on stone. I had taken vows. I was a maester of the citadel and a brother of the watch, twice bound. And I sat in this very room with the letters in my hands, and I wanted, past anything I have wanted before or since, to break every oath I had ever sworn and go to them. To take ship and cross the world and put my old body between my blood and the men who hunted it. I did not go. I told myself it was honor. I have had 100 years to wonder whether it was only cowardice wearing honor's cloak. They died, everyone I might have spared, and I lived, and I have served, and to this day I cannot tell you whether I chose rightly. That is the truth no one warns you of about the noble choice. You make it once and spend the rest of your life unable to prove it was right." The ravens muttered, the brazier ticked and settled. "Why tell me this?" Jon said. "Because you have already chosen to go." Eamon smiled, a terrible and gentle thing on that ancient face. "I heard it in your step on the stair. A man who has chosen walks differently than a man still choosing. I am not Mormont. I will not recite the vows at you. I am very old, and I have learned that the heart wins these arguments in the end, whatever the head pretends. I ask only that you go with your eyes open. Know what you carry south. Know what it will cost the men who follow you, for men will follow you, Jon Snow. I have heard the thing in your voice that makes them follow, and know this above all. A sword with no soul behind it is a butcher's tool, nothing more. Your father gave you a soul. Do not spend it buying his death back. The one who burns for love can warm a kingdom or turn it to ash, and the whole difference between those two is the only thing that has ever mattered. Do you understand me?" "No," Jon said, honest, "but I think I will." "That," Eamon said, releasing his wrist, "is the wisest answer you could have given me. Go and sleep, child. Even foundation must be laid on rested ground. His face turned once more toward the north, toward the wall of ice no blindness could hide from a man who had lived a lifetime beneath it. Strange weather coming. I feel it in my joints, and the ravens are restless, and there is a red star in the sky that I cannot see and have no need to see. Sleep, and dream if the gods send dreams, and mind them when they come. The blood remembers what the man forgets. Jon left him among the ravens and went down to his cell at last, and the old man's words went down the cold stair with him, and one of them would not let him be. The blood remembers what the man forgets. The dream came in the deep of the morning, and it was nothing like other dreams. He stood in a forest he had never walked and knew at once for the heart of the world. The trees were weirwoods, not one nor a grove but a host of them, white as bone, their red leaves whispering in a wind he could not feel, their carved faces weeping red sap that ran down the pale bark and pooled black at the roots. The ground between them was old, older than the wall, older than the first men. A great hill rose at the center of the wood, and at its foot a mouth of dark, a cave, and from the cave came a sound that was not quite a voice and not quite a song. Ghost walked the dream with him. Ghost did not shy. Ghost shied from nothing in the waking world, and shied now only from this, the cave, and stood himself between Jon and the dark and would go no nearer. A raven landed on a weirwood branch above the cave mouth. It was old, white-feathered where Mormont's bird was black, and it had 3 eyes, 2 where eyes belong and a third in the center of its brow, red as the comet, red as the weeping wood. The third eye opened and looked at Jon, and saw all the way to the bottom of his well. "You are not who you think you are," the raven said, and it did not speak so much as set the knowing inside him directly, the way you lay a palm on a man's chest to feel his heart. "The wolf is half of you. The other half is fire. They lie to keep you breathing. The lie has done its work. Now the truth must do its own. Come north," the raven said. "Come to the roots of the world. What sleeps here woke once for a girl across the sea, and it will wake for you, who are the song itself, ice and fire bound in one skin. Come and take up what is yours, and the realm will learn what a Stark with fire in his blood can do to the men who burned his house." Jon tried to ask whose blood, what fire, what girl across what sea. The forest tilted under him. The cave mouth widened, and the dark inside it was not empty. 3 shapes lay coiled there, vast and patient, breathing slow, and they held the shape of every nightmare and every wonder the world had ever owned, and one of them opened an eye. The eye was gold and slit and older than gods, and it found Jon across the dark, and it knew him. It knew him the way the raven knew him, the way blood knows blood. And then the dark behind the eye took fire. It was not light. Light has no weight. This came toward him heavy, a wall of it, white at the heart and gold at the edges, and it filled the cave and the wood and the whole of the world, and it did not burn him. It crowned him. Jon woke with his hand on his sword hilt and the taste of ash on his tongue, and Ghost standing over the bed, rigid, hackles up, red eyes fixed on the north wall of the cell on whatever stood past the stone with a mind to be let in. He lay still and breathed. The cell was cold and ordinary. His own breath fogged above him. Somewhere down the hall a man coughed and turned in his sleep. Outside the comet would be sinking toward dawn, red and long and patient. A dream. Fever, exhaustion, the body and the heart settling their debts in the dark. Jon told himself this the way a sensible man tells himself things, and did not believe a word of it. And the not believing was the most dangerous thing that had happened to him since the raven came down the sky, because he could still feel the eye, gold and slit and ancient, finding him across the dark. He could still feel the fire that did not burn. And under the place where his loss had gone to be foundation, under the cold, clear structure he had built on the road, something else had woken in the night and stretched and opened an eye of its own. something that had lived in him always and carried no name he had been taught. It was looking north now, toward the roots of the world, and it wanted very badly to go. He thought of his father's careful hands. "There is a great deal you do not know," Ned Stark had said, "and we will speak of it when next we meet." They would never meet. Whatever his father had meant to tell him had died on the steps of the Sept of Baelor with the rest. But the dream had told him something, true or false, and the shape of it fit the hole his father left the way a key fits a lock that has waited a long time in the dark. "You are not who you think you are." Jon rose before the others. He dressed in the cold. He fed Ghost from his own hand, and the wolf ate and then went back to watching the north wall, and Jon set his palm against the great skull and felt the muscle gathered tight beneath the fur, the readiness that came before a hunt. "You feel it too," he said, the same words he had given Mormont, and the wolf leaned into his hand and would not turn from the wall. He climbed to the top of the wall in the last of the dark. 700 feet of ice under his boots, the world spread below him, the haunted forest to the north a black sea with no far shore, and above it the comet, sinking, red, a sword or a wound or a wonder. Jon stood in the wind that came off the roof of the world and let it pull the heat from his face and did not turn from the north. Somewhere out there, far past the last fire of the last patrol, a hill rose at the heart of a weirwood wood, and a cave opened at its foot, and a thing slept in the cave that had woken once for a girl across the sea. He did not yet know how he would go, or what he would tell Mormont, or whether the dream was a god's truth or a sick boy's lie. He knew only the direction. North first, north into the cold and the dark, away from his brother's war and his father's killers and the whole burning south, north toward the thing that had crowned him in fire and called him by a name he had never been given, and then south, always in the end south, south to the golden child on the iron chair, south to the one who swung the sword, south with whatever the roots of the world saw fit to put into a Stark's hands. Below him in the yard, a horn sounded the change of the watch. One blast, Rangers come home. The ordinary world, turning over and going on. Jon Snow looked north, and the north looked back, and far away a red eye that was not the comet opened in the dark and found him and held him, and did not let go. He went down to ready his horse. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. Blood and fire. Mormont gave him leave the way. A man pays a debt he has decided is owed, with no grace in it and no taking it back. Arranging, the old bear said, in the gray hour after Jon laid the whole of it before him, the dream and the comet and the cave and the thing that slept in it. That is what the records will call this. Arranging north to learn what stirs in the haunted forest, led by the steward Jon Snow at my command. Not a desertion, not a boy chasing a dream off the edge of the world. He turned the cup in his big scarred hands. If you come back with nothing but frostbite, you'll have your nothing and you'll wear the black till you die of it, if you come back with the thing in your dream. He did not finish. There was no end to that sentence that an honest man could speak aloud. "And if I don't come back at all," Jon said, "then I was right to grieve you the day you rode out." Mormont's gaze held him. "Take few men, volunteers only. I'll not spend the watch on a vision, but I'll not send you alone either. The forest eats men who travel alone." So Jon took 3, and the forest gave him back 1. They were 11 days into the white when the dead came for them. It happened in the blue hour before true dark, in a stand of soldier pines so old their lowest branches had died and gone to gray bone, and it happened the way the worst things do, without warning and all at once. Ghost felt them first. The dire wolf stopped in the snow and turned to face the way they had come, hackles standing in a ridge along his spine, and made no sound, which was worse than any growl. Then the first of them walked out of the trees with snow on its shoulders, and frost where its eyes had been. It had been a wildling once, a big man in boiled leather with a beard gone to icicles, and it moved wrong, too smooth and too patient, and when Hal put an arrow through its chest, it did not so much as slow. Hal was 19 and had wanted to see a dragon. He never saw the second one come out of the dark behind him. It took him by the throat with hands black as old meat, and the screaming was brief. Jon had heard the stories the way every man of the watch heard them, around the fire, with ale half a jest. The stories had left out the smell. The dead carried a cold that got into the teeth, a cold with the rot folded inside it, and they did not bleed and did not tire and did not stop. Steel did nothing. Jon learned that with the first of them, his sword shearing through a white's arm and the arm reaching for him still, fingers working in the snow. He learned the rest from the wildling guide who was already moving. Her name was Morna. She was old, older than Mormont, her face a map of every winter she had outlived, and she carried a brand of weirwood she had kept wrapped and dry under 3 layers of fur for exactly this. And when she touched it to the coals of their dying fire, it took the flame like a thing that had been waiting. The whites did not like the fire. That was the only mercy in any of it. They came on regardless, because something farther back in the dark was making them come, but they flinched from the brand, and in the flinching there was room to fight. Jon fought the way Sir Roderick had drilled him and the way the watch had drilled him, and found both halves wanting against things that did not guard, did not faint, did not flinch from the point at the eye. So he stopped trying to kill them and started trying to herd them, the way you herd anything with more weight than wit, giving ground in a slow circle that kept the fire between himself and the dark, kept Morna at his back, kept the worst of them bunched where one sweep of the brand could take 2 at once. There was no glory in it, only arithmetic, only the cold accounting of torches against dead and how long until the torches burned down. He had a head for that accounting. He had always had it in the practice yard, the part of him that watched a fight from somewhere above and moved men like stones on a board, and he understood now that it was no Stark gift at all. It was the other half. It was the dragon doing sums. The fire, boy, Morna said, not loud, her voice flat as a frozen lake. Always the fire, steals a fool's hope out here, burn them or be eaten. Jon thrust his torch into the face of the thing that had been a wildling and watched the frost-rimed flesh catch and gutter, and the white came apart, and the cold in his teeth eased by a degree. They burned 4. The 5th and 6th took the last brother, Garth, who went down under them too fast to save, and Jon could not save him. And that was a thing Jon learned that night also, the precise weight of Connaught, how it sits in the chest and does not move. They burned the last 2 with Garth's own torch, and when it was done, there were 3 of them left where there had been 4, and one of the 3 was a wolf. Morna crouched by the rekindled fire and looked at the fingers still twitching in the red snow, severed, refusing to die, and she spat into the flames. That, she said, is what your Southron kings are killing each other over a chair to ignore. That is what is coming. You feel it now in your teeth. Good. A man who has felt it argues less. She raised her eyes to him across the fire, pale eyes, wolf pale. You want a dragon to burn the men who burned your father. I will take you to where the dragon sleeps. But understand me, Jon Snow. The dragon is not for your father. Your father is the excuse the gods used to put it in your hand. The dragon is for this. She nodded at the dead fingers. Whether you live long enough to learn that is your own affair. Jon looked at Garth, what was left of him, dark against the snow. How far? He said. 3 days, said Morna. If the dead let us sleep, I'll keep the fire. The cave was a wound in the side of a great hill, and a weirwood grew across its mouth like a hand laid over a sleeping face, and Jon knew it before he saw it because he had stood here in a dream with a 3-eyed raven watching from the branches. Ghost would not go in. The wolf paced the threshold, red eyes on the dark, and at last sat in the snow and would come no farther, and Jon left him there with one hand laid on the great skull, a promise neither of them had words for. Inside, the dark was not empty. They were small. the ones who lived in the cave, no taller than children, with skin the color of bark and eyes too large and too deep, slit-pupilled like a cat's, gold and green and copper-red. The children of the forest, the songs called them, the ones the Meisters swore had died out an age of the world ago. They did not speak as they led Jon down, through roots that hung like the rigging of a sunken ship, past 1,000 skulls set into the walls, human and not, until the passage opened into a vast hollow lit by a soft pale light that came from the moss and from nowhere. A man sat in the roots of the great weirwood, and the roots had grown into him, and he into them, until there was no longer any telling where the tree stopped and the man began. He was very old, older than old, a corpse that breathed. One eye was gone, an empty red socket where a root had taken it, and the other was the color of blood, and on his cheek a faded birthmark spread like wine spilled and dried. White roots crowned his skull where hair had been. He wore the rags of black, the rotted black of the night's watch, 1,000 years rotted, and Jon knew him too, because Eamon had spoken of him once in passing, the way you speak of a name out of a song. "You are the last Greenseer," Jon said. "Brynden Rivers, Bloodhaven. They made you Lord Commander of the Watch, and then you went beyond the wall and did not come back." "I came back," the corpse said. The voice was dry leaves, the voice of the dream, set directly into Jon's skull without troubling the air. "I have been coming back for 60 years, a little at a time, into the dark and the roots and the seeing. I am mostly tree now. There is little of the man left, and what there is I have been saving. The blood eye found him. I have been saving it for you, son of Rhaegar." The name went into Jon and did not lodge. It passed straight through because some part of him had been waiting for it his whole life, the way a lock waits for its key. "Say it plainly," Jon said. "I have buried 2 brothers in the snow to come here. Do not give me riddles." "Plainly, then." Bloodraven did not blink, the one eye could not. "Your father did not lie to you. He simply never told you the whole of the truth, because the whole of it would have killed you in your cradle. Eddard Stark fathered no bastard. He was too dull a man for it, and that dullness was the truest thing about him, and it saved your life. Your mother was Lyanna of House Stark, his sister, the wolf maid that a realm went to war over. Your father was Rhaegar Targaryen, the last dragon prince, the silver harp who believed the world could be sung whole again." The roots creaked. They were not stolen and ravished, whatever the winners wrote. She went with him. There was a tower in the red mountains of Dorne, and a bed of blood, and a babe pulled from a dying woman, and a promise. "Promise me, Ned," she said, over and over, while her life ran out into the straw. "Promise me you will keep him safe." Robert Baratheon was crowning himself on a hill of Targaryen dead, and he would have dashed the brains of a dragon's son against a wall and called it mercy to the realm. "So your father took the babe and named him Snow, and let the world believe he had dishonored himself rather than let the world know what he carried north. He kept the promise 16 years. He kept it to the steps of the Sept of Baelor. He never broke it, not once, not even to you." Jon stood very still in the pale light as he had stood in Mormont Solar, holding the world steady by holding himself steady. "Aegon," he said. The name surfaced without his choosing it. "If I am Rhaegar's son, I have a name he gave me. Your father named 2 sons Aegon, and believed a prophecy about both, and was wrong about at least one, and the price of his certainty was a city in flames and his own blood on the trident. The blood eye did not soften. Your mother named you in her last hour, and your father Stark wrote it in no book and spoke it to no man, and so it is yours alone to take up or leave lying. You have a Stark face and a Stark name and a wolf at the mouth of this cave who would die for you. You also have fire in your blood, 3 eggs that have waited 100 years in the dark, and a debt in the south that will not be paid with a wolf alone." "What was she like?" Jon said. It was not the question of a prince taking up a birthright. It was the question of a child who had spent 16 years inventing mothers, a kitchen girl, a fisherman's daughter, a tavern singer, anyone at all, because the one man who knew would never speak her name. My mother, the trees see everything. What was she like? The blood eye held him a long moment. Wolf blood, Bloodraven said, wild as the wind off the wall and willful and braver than was good for her. She loved a man the whole world had decided she could not have, and she paid the whole price of it, and never once called it a mistake, not even at the end with her life running out into the straw. You have her face when your blood is up. You have her brothers when you go still. Men will spend your years asking which one you are, the wolf or the dragon, and the answer that will cost you the most to learn is that there is none. You are the place where they meet. That is what your father meant by his song. The corpse lifted one ruined hand and the roots moved with it. I did not bring you here to give you a name, Jon Snow. I brought you here to give you a choice. Come. The eggs lay in a hollow of the roots, on a bed of cold ash that had once been something living, and even in the dark they were not dark. There were three. One was black, scaled with deep red and bronze, the color of an ember banked under a night's worth of cooling, and it drank the pale light and gave nothing back. One was the gray-white of old bone shot through with veins of silver, like frost on a window pane caught the instant before the sun finds it. The third was a deep wet green going to bronze at the ridges, the green of a forest pool that has never seen the sky. They were stone. Jon laid his palm against the black one and felt stone, cold, dead, 100 years past any heat. Dragon's eggs, he said, petrified. Every Meister in the Citadel will tell you they cannot quicken, that the magic went out of the world when the last of them died chained in a pit in King's Landing. Every Meister in the Citadel helped put the magic out, said Bloodraven. It is the one thing they have ever been good at, but magic is like a fire banked in ash. It does not die. It waits for fuel and a wind. The roots shifted around him. A girl across the narrow sea has waked 3 of these already in a foreign land on a foreign pyre, and the day she did it the comet you have been watching tore itself across the sky. The world is bleeding magic back into itself, Jon Snow, through the wound she opened. These 3 caught the bleeding. They are warm under the stone now for the first time in a century. They are waiting. They are very nearly ready. They need only the price. Name it. The cave was quiet. The children of the forest had gathered at the edges of the light, still as carvings, watching. Fire, said Bloodraven, and blood and death. It is always death in the end. Only death pays for life. That is the oldest law, older than the gods men pray to now, and there is no haggling it down. A dragon does not hatch from warmth and hope. It hatches from a pyre. Something living must burn so that something greater can wake, and the burning must be given, not stolen, or the magic curdles and you get a monster with no master and a death that buys nothing. The blood eye moved from Jon to the old woman who had followed them down into the dark and now stood at the edge of the ash, leaning on her weirwood brand. No, Jon said. Be quiet, boy, said Morna. She came forward into the pale light, the old spearwife, the last of his guides, and she looked at the 3 eggs the way a woman looks at the sea she means to walk into. I am 90 years old, Morna said, conversational to no one and to all of them. I have buried 4 husbands and 9 children and a way of life that is dying out there in the snow with the rest of the free folk. I have killed crows and kissed them and outlived the kissing. I have seen the dead walk, and I will see them walk again before the spring, and I am tired, Crow, in a way that sleep does not touch. She set her brand in the ash among the eggs, and crouched, and laid her seamed hands flat on the black stone almost tenderly. My death was coming regardless. The only question a person my age gets to answer is what their death buys. Most buy nothing, a few feet of frozen ground. She looked up at Jon, and there was nothing soft in it and nothing afraid. Let mine buy a wind for the world. Let it buy fire against the cold. That is a good death. That is a better death than any I had a right to expect. Do not insult it with your honor." "I came here to take a weapon," Jon said, "not to burn an old woman alive for it. You did not take me anywhere. I brought you. Old as I am still the one who knows the way, and you would be 3 brothers dead and frozen without me instead of 2. She almost smiled, a hard pull at one corner of her mouth. "This is not your sacrifice, Jon Snow. That is the lesson, if you have the wit to take it. The dragon will cost lives all the days you keep it. Most of those lives will not ask you first. Mine is asking. Mine is a gift. Learn to know the difference between a gift and a theft, and you might not become the thing your grandfather was." She lay down in the ash among the eggs. The 3 of them gathered to her like grandchildren, and she folded her hands on the black egg, and she closed her wolf-pale eyes. "The blood of the dragon for the wind," she said. "The life of the free folk for the fire. Now, boy, before I lose my nerve, which even the brave keep on a short tether." Jon looked at Bloodraven. The last greenseer had closed his one red eye. "My part," the corpse said, faint now, fainter than before, as if the saying of all this had cost him the rest of what he had been saving. "The fire alone is not enough. The blood alone is not enough. The waking wants a will to pour into it, a green flame to set the red one alight, and I have been hoarding the last of my 60 years for exactly this. The price is 3 Jon Snow, as the eggs are 3. Her death for the fire, my remnant for the kindling." The blood eye opened once more and fixed him. "And from you the blood of the dragon, freely opened, freely given, while the woman burns and the old crow gutters out. Not stolen, given. Will you give it?" Jon drew his knife. He had carried it from Winterfell. A plain thing, good steel. The kind of blade a man uses 10,000 times for 10,000 small jobs, and never once for anything that matters. He thought of his father's hands cleaning a sword in long passes. He thought of Garth screaming, brief in the dark. He thought of Joffrey, golden, on an iron chair 1,000 leagues to the south, and of the lesson laid into his ear on a long-ago morning: whoever passes the sentence should swing the sword. He had come north for a weapon to swing. He had not understood until Morna lay down in the ash that a weapon is also a sentence, and that he would be passing it again and again on people who never stood before him to be judged. He understood now. That was the cost of the cave, the part the dream had left out, not the eggs, the knowing. "What is your name?" he asked Morna. "Your full name, so I can carry it." The old woman opened one eye. "Morna," she said, "of the frozen shore. Once called White Mask when I was young enough to wear one." The eye closed. "You're the first crow to ask. Burn well, boy, make them scream, the ones who killed your father. And then, when you're done, remember what I told you and stop in time. Stop in time, that's the whole of it. That's the only prayer worth saying." Jon set the edge of the knife to the back of his own forearm, where the blood ran close and quick, and he opened a long line in it, and the red welled up dark in the pale light and ran down over the eggs. The children of the forest began to sing. It was not a sound for human ears. It went under hearing, into the bones, into the roots, into the 100,000 skulls in the walls, and the cave woke. Morna's weirwood brand, lying in the ash, took flame without anyone touching it, and the flame ran along the ash to the old woman as if the ash were oil, and where it touched her it did not crackle and char the way Jon's torch had charred the dead. It bloomed. She burned the way the comet burned, white at the heart, gold at the edges, and she did not scream. She let out one long breath, the breath of a woman finally setting down a weight she has carried 90 winters, and the breath itself took fire and went up. In the roots, the last greenseer let go. Jon felt it more than saw it. A great green wind moving out of the corpse in the tree and into the fire. The seeing and the dreaming and the 60 hoarded years all pouring down into the ash like water finding the sea. And the blood eye went dark, and the one ruined hand fell still among the roots, and the thing that had been Brynden Rivers was gone, given, spent, and only the tree remained, drinking. The fire and the blood and the will braided together over the eggs and became a single thing. And the single thing was hungry, and it was vast, and it was old past the reckoning of men. And it turned its attention on the 3 stones in the ash the way the sun turns on a frozen field. The black egg cracked first. The sound of it went through the cave like a sword drawn from a frozen sheath, a long shrieking note of stone splitting along a seam that had waited 100 years to split. Then the gray-white, then the green. Smoke poured out, and under the smoke a red light, and under the red light something moved, uncoiling, slick and dark and impossibly large for the shell it came from. Wings folded wet against a body the size of a hunting hound and growing even as Jon watched, drinking the fire the way the tree drank the will. The black one came to him. It came out of the flames with its wings still wet and its eyes already open. And the eyes were the eyes from the dream, gold and slit and older than gods. And they found Jon across the fire and the ash and the body of the woman who had bought them, and they knew him. Blood knew blood. The hatchling crawled up out of the pyre that had made it and put its claws into the leather of his jerkin, and climbed him the way a child climbs its father. And it pressed its hot-scaled skull against the side of his neck, under the jaw, where the pulse beat, and it made a sound deep in its chest that he felt in his own teeth, in the bone behind his eyes, in the marrow. A word surfaced in him then in a language he had never been taught and had always somehow known, as he had always somehow known the name son of Rhaegar would fit. He did not choose it. It rose out of the blood the way the dragon had risen out of the fire. Vorgar, he said. The black dragon answered to it. The pale one came next, smaller, swifter, with eyes like beaten silver, and she would not be held. She climbed to his shoulder and gripped and stretched her wet wings and screamed at the dark of the cave in defiance of it, and the name for her came too. Saelyra. And the green one last, heaviest, slowest, settling its bulk against his boots with a low sound like a forge breathing, the green going bronze in the firelight. Calder. 3. He had walked into the cave a son with a fresh grave behind him and a dead woman's name to carry, and he stood now ankle-deep in the ash of a willing death and a spent greenseer, with 3 dragons drying their wings on his body, and the children of the forest singing the world a little further awake. And the thing that had woken in him on the wall had a shape now, and the shape had claws. The black one was hungry the moment it dried. Vorgar climbed down from his neck and crossed the ash to what the fire had left of Morna, and Jon moved to stop it, and then did not, because there are mercies a man has no right to refuse the dead. The dragon fed. The pale one and the green one followed it, and the children of the forest watched without expression, while 3 hatchlings took their first meal from the woman who had bought them. Jon made himself watch every moment of it. Morna had asked him to learn the difference between a gift and a theft, and here was the first hard edge of that lesson. A gift goes on being given long after the giver is past caring, and the one who takes it carries the whole of the weight alone. When they were done, Vorgar lifted his head and opened his jaws, and a thread of flame came out, pale and thin and wavering, the first fire of a thing that would one day blacken the walls of cities. It guttered against the cold stone and went out. The dragon studied the place where it had been, startled, it seemed, by his own making. Then he climbed Jon's arm and slept. He thought of Morna's prayer. Stop in time. He did not yet know if he was the kind of man who could. Ghost was waiting at the mouth of the cave, where the weirwood lay over the dark like a hand. The direwolf rose when Jon came out into the gray daylight and went stiff, and the hackles came up along his spine, because the smell of Jon had changed. Fire folded now into the wolf smell, and the 3 small hot things clinging to him were nothing the wolf had ever scented in the world. Vorgar lifted his black head from Jon's neck and regarded the direwolf with his gold eyes, and Ghost regarded the dragon with his red ones, and the snow fell between them, and the moment held on a knife's edge. Then Ghost lowered his head and came forward and pressed his nose to Jon's open hand as he had 1,000 times, and the matter was settled the way it is settled among wild things, without words, by the only one of them who had the standing to decide it. The wolf would suffer the dragons because the wolf had decided Jon was worth the suffering. Jon set his bleeding forearm against the white fur and held the wolf's head a moment, and felt the 3 dragons shift and settle, and looked south through the falling snow, the long way south, the way that ran from the roof of the world down through the wall and the north and the neck, and into the riverlands where his brother bled a war against the men who had taken their father's head. 3 days back, he said to the wolf, to the dragons, to the dead he was leaving in the snow, to no one. And then south. We have a long way to go, and we are not the thing that left the wall. He started walking. The wolf fell in at his side, and the snow swallowed the cave behind them, and somewhere far ahead and far below, in a war that did not yet know he was coming, the lions of Casterly Rock were counting their victories and had not thought to count the cost. Chapter 2. In Chapter 3. The Wolf and the Dragon. The gate guards at Castle Black had a horn for rangers returning and a horn for foes, and no horn at all for what came out of the haunted forest that morning. So they blew the first one twice and then forgot to blow anything, and stood on the wall with their mouths open, while a man walked out of the trees with a white wolf at his side and 3 dragons riding his shoulders like a king's burden. They had grown on the road. A month north and a month back, and Vorgar was the size of a large dog now. The pale Sailira a little smaller, called her heaviest of the 3 and slowest to wake of a morning. They had learned to fly in short furious bursts that ended in undignified crashes, and to hunt, and to quarrel over a kill the way brothers quarrel, and to come when Jon called them in a tongue he had not known he carried. They had also learned to burn. The proof of it was in the scorched patches on his cloak and in the way the snow steamed where Vorgar slept. Mormont met him in the yard. The old bear looked at the dragons a long while, and then at Jon, and the years seemed to settle on him all at once. "Well," Mormont said, which was what he always said, and this time he had nothing to put after it. "You wanted a wonder," Jon said. "I wanted a reason the realm could not turn its face from." Mormont reached out slow, and Vorgar turned his black head and regarded the offered hand with gold eyes until the old man thought better of it and let it fall. "I did not think the gods would take me at my word." His mouth thinned. "You cannot stay. You understand that. A man of the Watch holds no lands and fathers no children and takes no part in the wars of the realm. And you have arrived carrying the 3 biggest stakes in the wars of the realm on your shoulders. If you stay, every king in Westeros marches on my wall to take them or to kill them, and the Watch dies in the crossfire, and the dead beyond the trees walk through the ash we leave behind." He said it flatly, the arithmetic of it. You have to go, and you have to go quickly, and you have to take the war with you away from here. "I know. Then we understand each other." Mormont's gaze did not waver. "I release you, Jon Snow, not for the dragons. For this, the Watch needs an ally in the south more than it needs one more sword in the north, and you are the only living man who has been beyond the wall, seen the dead walk, and might one day sit close enough to a throne to make the south believe it. Win your war. Avenge your father if the gods are kind and you are clever. And then remember us. Remember what is coming. The wars of kings are a candle. What I am guarding against is the dark that eats candles." Eamon was waiting in the rookery, as he had been the first morning, and the ravens were quiet when Jon came in. All of them, every black bird gone still on its perch, and turned toward the small hot things on his shoulders. The old Maester rose from his chair. He had not risen for Jon before. He crossed the room with one hand out before him, not for the cane, for the warmth, and he found Vorgar's flank in the air and laid his fingers against the black scales the way a blind man reads a face, and he stood there a long while, and the milky eyes filled and ran without his seeming to notice. Egg, Eamon said softly to no one in the room. Oh, Egg, I dreamed that I was old. Meister, a brother's name, a long time gone. Eamon withdrew his hand and composed himself, and when he spoke again the century of discipline was back in his voice. Forgive an old man. I am the last of my house, Jon Snow. I have been the last of my house for a great many years, and I made my peace with being the end of the line, the final ember of a fire that warmed the world for 300 years and then went out. And now you walk into my rookery with 3 living dragons in my brother's grandson's eyes, and you tell me the fire was only banked. He drew a breath. I knew. I will say it plainly, since plainness is the only coin I have left to give. I knew the moment Mormont told me a Stark bastard had come to the wall with a wolf, and a way of making men love him. I knew, and I held my tongue, because a secret is only safe in the keeping of one who can do nothing with it, and a blind old man among the ravens was the safest grave your father could have wished for. His hand found Jon's wrist, the grip light and fierce. You are my blood, the last of it with me. Do you understand what I give you when I tell you to go and make war and never come back to the one place where the only kin you have left is dying? Come with me, Jon said. You have dragon blood. There are 3 of them. I have read what the Meisters wrote. The riders were always of the blood. I'm 102 years old and I cannot see my own hand, Eamon said, gentle and final. I would last a fortnight on the road and cost you a week of it. Number my war ended long before you were born. I will tell you instead the one thing worth carrying south from a man who has had 100 years to think on it. The grip tightened. Kill the child you were, Jon Snow. The one who wants only to make Joffrey scream, who would burn the world down to warm a grave for a single night. Let him die on the road. And let whatever stands up in his place be the thing that knows a dragon is not a sword to be swung but a fire to be tended, and that the hardest task fire is ever set is to stop. You will have all the power in the world to take your vengeance. Pray you find, somewhere in the taking, the greater power to leave some of it untaken. That is the whole of my wisdom. Now go, before I am foolish enough to weep where the ravens can see. Sam came to the gate to see him off with Pip and Gren, and the 3 of them stood in the cold and did not know what to do with their hands. They'll write songs, Pip said, trying for lightness and missing. Jon Snow and his dragons, the bastard who was. I always said there was something off about you, too grim by half for an honest bastard. You said I was too pretty to be honest, Jon said. That too. Gren just gripped his arm hard as he gripped everything and could not speak. It was Sam who walked with him through the gate and a little way down the King's Road, puffing, the dragons eyeing him with an interest a fat man might not have welcomed had he understood it. I'm not going to tell you to be careful, Sam said. You won't, and it would be stupid of me. I'll tell you the other thing. The thing I worked out reading about your family in the old books when I should have been doing Eamon's letters. He stopped on the road, breath smoking. The Targaryens didn't fall because their enemies were strong. They fell because, every few generations, one of them looked at the dragon and forgot it was a beast, and started thinking it was a god and that they were a god for riding it. Ares. The dance, where they turned the dragons on each other and burned their own house to the waterline. It was never the swords that killed them, Jon. It was the certainty. The day a dragon rider stops keeping one eye on the dragon is the day the dragon stops keeping its place. Eamon told me to kill the child I was. That's the same thing I'm telling you. He's just older, so he's allowed to be cryptic. Sam managed something close to a grin. Come back. Or don't and win and send for me, and I'll come south and be your Meister, and I'll be terrible at it. And you'll keep me anyway because I'll be the only one who tells you when you've started thinking you're a god. Done, Jon said and meant it, and that was the last clean and uncomplicated thing in the whole of that winter. The march south was not a march at first. It was one man, a wolf and 3 dragons, and the road emptied before them like a held breath. That changed at Mole's Town, where a deserter recognized him, and a dozen hard men came out of the brothel with axes, and changed their minds when Vorgar landed on the well house, and set the thatch alight with a cough. It changed more at last hearth, where the great Jon's castellan barred the gate, looked over the wall at 3 dragons sunning themselves on the road, and then opened the gate and offered Jon his hall, his hearth, and 40 men who had been left behind too old or too young for Robb's war, and were willing to reconsider their disqualifications. Word ran ahead of him the way fire runs ahead of wind. By the time Jon crossed the last river, the tale had grown a dozen heads, and at every hold-fast and crossroads men came out to see if it was true, and when they saw that it was, some of them knelt and some of them ran, and a startling number simply fell in behind, with whatever they had, a spear, a wood axe, a boy's eagerness, and an old man's grudge. The North had sent its strength south with Robb. What was left was the old, the young, and the ones with a score to settle, and the ones with a score had been waiting a long while for something to follow, and here it came down the King's Road on black wings. He did not let it become a mob. That was the work of those weeks, and it was the dragon doing sums again, the part of him that watched from above. He took the last hearth men and made them his spine and gave them the ordering of the rest. He turned away more than he kept, the ones who came for plunder, the ones with the wrong light in their eyes, and he found he could read that light now in a way he never could before, as though the fire in his blood recognized the fire in theirs. He kept the bakers and the smiths, and the men who had marched before and come home alive. By the time he reached the neck, the column behind him was 1,000 strong and growing, ragged, underfed, and entirely his. The dragons grown to the size of ponies and able to stay aloft an hour at a stretch, and the small folk had stopped calling him Snow. Lord of the Wing, some called him, the Dragon of the North. He let them. A name is a banner, and a banner is worth 1,000 swords, and he was learning to spend such things. Crannig men guided him through the neck, silent men out of the bogs who appeared at his fires and vanished before dawn, sent, they said, by Lord Howland Reed, who had ridden with his father to a tower in the Red Mountains long ago and asked nothing for the guiding but to deliver a single message, carried by a boy no older than 10 in the dark, when no one else could hear. My Lord Father says, the promise held. He says you have your mother's eyes when your blood is up and your father's when you go still. He says, ride careful and trust the wolf over the dragon when the 2 of them disagree. Jon was quiet a long moment after the boy slipped back into the reeds. Howland Reed had been at the Tower of Joy. Howland Reed knew. There were, it seemed, 2 men left living who had kept his father's promise 16 years, and one of them was 102 and blind among the ravens, and the other lived in a castle that floated and sent his counsel through children. It was not much of an inheritance. It was more than Jon had had a season ago. Riverrun sat where the Tumblestone met the Red Fork, and it had been under siege not long since, and the marks of it were everywhere, in the burned fields and the broken trees and the long graves outside the walls, and over the gatehouse flew a banner Jon had never seen in his life, the gray direwolf of Stark, but crowned, on a field that joined Stark gray to Tully red and blue. His brother had made himself a king while Jon was learning to be a dragon. They knew he was coming. The whole Riverlands knew he was coming. A thing with 3 dragons does not cross a continent quietly. Robb met him outside the walls, in the burned field, on a gray courser, with a guard of northern lords at his back and his mother at his side, and a great direwolf that was the brother of Jon's own wolf pacing the line between them. For a moment the 2 of them only looked at each other across the dead grass, the king and the dragon, the true-born son and the secret one, and neither seemed to know how to be what they now were. Then Robb got down off his horse and crossed the burned field on foot, alone, ahead of all his lords and his mother's warning hand. And the gray-eyed boy Jon had wrestled in the snow at Winterfell 10,000 years ago put his arms around his brother while 3 dragons watched, and the years fell away for the length of one hard embrace. "You absolute madman," Robb said into his shoulder, low, so the lords would not hear a king sound like a boy. "You couldn't just desert and come fight like a normal trader. You had to bring dragons. You couldn't just avenge father," Jon said. "You had to put on a crown. They put it on me. I'm still working out how to take it off." Robb pulled back and held him at arm's length and looked at the dragons, and a muscle worked along his jaw. "Gods, they're real. I had the ravens and I read the ravens, and I didn't believe a word of it until just now." His grin came and went like the sun on a cloudy day. Father would have hated this. Magic and dragons and prophecy. He spent his whole life trying to keep us out of exactly this. "He spent his whole life keeping me out of this," Jon said quietly. "There's something I have to tell you, Robb, soon and alone, about father and about a tower in Dorne, and about why he never told either of us my mother's name." Robb's grin faded. He searched Jon's face, and something in what he found there made him glance back at his own mother, at Catelyn Stark, who sat her horse rigid in the burned field, looking at the three dragons and at Jon beneath them with a face shut like a fist. She came to him that evening before he could go to Robb, and she came alone, which told him she had decided something. Catelyn Tully had been beautiful once, and was still, in the way a blade is beautiful, all clean lines and no give. She found Jon in the Godswood, where he had gone because it was the one place in a southern castle that felt like home, the one heart tree with a face, and the dragons drowsing in the branches above the dark pool like grotesque red and black fruit. She stopped at the edge of the trees and looked at them, and then at him, and the water moved in the dark between them. "All these years," she said, "I hated you for a sin your father never committed. I lay awake hating you. I sent you to the wall in my heart 100 times before he ever did it, in fact." Her voice was steady and terrible. "And now I learn you are not his shame at all. You are his sister's son. The one secret he kept from me, his wife, in 15 years of marriage he kept to protect you. I have spent 15 years being cruel to the proof of my husband's honor." She did not weep. Jon understood that she had done all her weeping somewhere he would never see. "I am not going to ask your forgiveness. I am too old and too tired, and I have buried too much. I came to ask you one thing and to say one thing. Ask. Sansa is in their hands, in King's Landing. A bird in a golden cage, married off or murdered by now for all the ravens tell me. And Arya," her jaw worked, "Arya is gone, vanished the day they took your father's head. No body, no ransom, no word. My daughters, Jon, while you make your war of fire and your songs of vengeance, while my son plays at being a king, somewhere in the south my girls are alone." She crossed the Godswood until she stood close enough to strike him, and she did not strike him. "When your dragons fly over King's Landing, you will want to burn it to the water line. Every man who follows you will cheer when you do. I am asking you, blood of my husband's blood. My daughter is in that city. Burn the men who took my husband's head, and gods go with you. But Sansa is in that city. Whatever you become, whatever the fire makes of you, remember there is a girl in a red keep who has done nothing but be born to the wrong father, and she is mine, and I want her back more than I want any vengeance you can give me. That is the thing I came to say." The dragons stirred in the branches. Jon looked at the woman who had hated him his whole life, and found that the hating had been the smaller part of her all along, and the larger part was this: a mother counting her living children and finding the count too short. "My father taught me that vengeance and justice look the same from the front," Jon said, "and that you only learn which one you've been doing by what's left standing after. I mean to leave your daughter standing, Lady Stark. I give you my word on the old gods and the Godswood and the man we both buried this year. I will bring Sansa out of that city if she is in it to bring out. The men who took father's head I will judge. The girl I will save. I know the difference. I am trying very hard to keep knowing it." Catelyn looked at him a long moment, and something in her face shifted not to warmth. She had no warmth left to give him, but to a kind of grim ceasefire, the truce of two people who have lost the same man. "See that you keep knowing it," she said, and left him in the godswood with the dragons and the dark water and the carved face that did not judge. The lords gathered the next day in Riverrun's great hall, and they argued the way lords argue, which is to say loudly, and Jon learned the shape of his brother's war by listening. The great Jon Umber, a man built like a siege tower, wanted to fly the dragon straight to King's Landing and end it in a week. Burn the red keep down around the little monster's ears and have done. Rickard Karstark, gaunt with the loss of 2 sons already, wanted the same, only colder. The Blackfish, Brynden Tully, who had forgotten more of war than the rest of them had learned, did not. "A dragon is not a war," the Blackfish said, in the silence that the great Jon's shouting eventually left him. "A dragon is a battle. One battle won enormously, as often as the beast can be flown without it dropping dead of exhaustion under the boy. But a dragon does not hold a bridge. It does not garrison a town, or feed a city, or stop a Lannister army from marching around behind it, and burning the Riverlands we're standing in. Aegon the Conqueror had 3 full-grown dragons, and it still took him 2 years and a great deal of dying on the ground to take 6 kingdoms, and he never did take Dorne at all." He fixed Jon with a cool eye. "These 3 are the size of ponies. Forgive me, my lord of the wing, but I have seen ponies, and they do not burn cities. So, the dragons buy us battles we could not otherwise win. The question this council must answer is which battles, and to what end, and how we hold the ground the fire wins us. Tywin Lannister is at Harrenhal with 20,000 men and the patience of a stone. He will not be cowed by a portent. He will be doing sums, the same as your bastard brother there does sums, and his sums are very good. We had best do ours better." It was the truest thing said in the hall that day, and Jon said so, which surprised the Blackfish and irritated the great Jon. And from that surprise and that irritation the council slowly, grudgingly, became a plan. They would not race for King's Landing. They would do the patient, brutal thing instead. They would carry the war into the Westerlands, into Tywin's own lands, where his gold came from, and they would use the dragons to break the hosts that came against them in the field, and they would make the richest region of Westeros pay for the Lannister war until Tywin had to leave his stone walls at Harrenhal and come west to defend his home, and meet them where the dragons could find him in the open. Vengeance, organized into strategy. The wolf's patience harnessed to the dragon's fire. Jon watched it take shape on the map in chalk and stones, and thought that his father might almost have approved, if he could have stomached the means. "And the crossing," the Blackfish said, last of all, tapping the chalk on a point where the map showed twin towers spanning a green river. "The twins. We cross the green fork there, or we go the long way and lose a month. Walder Frey holds the bridge, and Walder Frey holds the bridge for whoever cows him most or pays him best, and he is a man who has spent 90 years being neither feared nor paid enough for his liking." "Then we will frighten him," Jon said, and 3 dragons shifted on the rafters of Riverrun's great hall, and dust sifted down through the torchlight onto the gathered lords of the north and the Riverlands, and not one man at the table laughed. That night, when the council had argued itself hoarse and gone to its beds, Jon went to the high chamber his brother had taken for his own, and barred the door, and told the king in the north the truth. He told it plainly, the way Bloodraven had told him, because there was no kind way to tell a man that the brother he had wrestled in the snow was his cousin, that the aunt he had never known was Jon's mother, that their father had spent 16 years letting the world name him an oath-breaker rather than let slip one secret that would have ended a war by ending a child. He told him about Lyanna, and the bed of blood, and the promise. He told him about the cave and the corpse in the roots and the old spearwife who had bought 3 dragons with a willing death. He left nothing out, because Robb was a king now, and kings who are lied to by the men they trust die badly, and Jon would not be one more knife in his brother's back. Robb listened the whole way through without speaking, which was not like him, and when Jon was done he stood at the window beside the coiled black shape of Vorgar, who had claimed the sill and the river view below it, and he looked out at the dark a long while. "You have a better claim than I do," Robb said at last. "Not an accusation, an accounting." He had their father's gift for seeing a thing clearly even when it cut him. To all of it, the Iron Throne by blood, Rhaegar's true-born son, if the Dornish tale of a marriage holds, and a Targaryen with dragons even if it does not. Half my bannermen would call that treason out of one side of their mouths and bend the knee to it out of the other if they thought the dragons could win. The other half would remember the Mad King and want you dead before you sleep. He turned from the window. "So why tell me? You could have kept the Stark name and the wolf and the lie. Fought my war as my bastard brother, and let me never know I was kneeling to my own king every time I gave you an order. Why hand me the knife?" "Because father didn't lie to keep a secret," Jon said. "He lied to keep me alive, and I am done being a thing that has to be kept alive by lies. I would rather be true and in danger than safe and false." He held his brother's eyes. "And because you are the only other man breathing who knew him as I knew him, and I have already lost him this year, and I will not lose you to a secret on top of it. I don't want the throne, Robb. I have seen what's coming down out of the north, and it makes the Iron Throne look like a child's stool by a fire. I want the 4 men who took his head, judged and dead. I want this war won. And then I want to go back to the wall and stand between the realm and the dark with whatever I have left. You can keep the crown. You can have the north and the south and the whole bloody chair of swords. Give me my 4 heads and a brother who knows my name while I take them." Robb crossed the room and gripped his arm hard, the way the men of the north gripped a thing they meant to keep. "Then you'll have it," the king in the north said. "Your war and your heads and a brother at your shoulder. But I'll give you the Stark price for the dragon's power, the one father would have named if he were standing here, because someone has to and he can't." His grip tightened. "Vengeance is a thing you do to the guilty. The hour it starts running onto the innocent, it stops being justice and becomes the very sickness we marched south to cut out. You have the means now to forget that, more means than any man in the history of the world has had to forget it. Don't. I will be at your side to remind you while I draw breath. That is the use of a brother." On the windowsill, Vorgar opened one gold eye in the dark, and the last of the hearthlight moved in it, and the dragon watched the 2 young men grip arms by the dying fire and made no sound. Dragons keep their own counsel. The thing that lives behind a dragon's eye has never once, in all the turning of the world, cared what a man means to do with it. It only waits to be used. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. Banners of fire. Walder Frey kept the only dry crossing on the Green Fork for 40 leagues, and he had kept it so long, and grown so rich and so old in the keeping, that he had come to believe the river belonged to him rather than the other way round. Jon disabused him of this on a gray afternoon, by landing a dragon on the eastern tower of the Twins. Vorgar had grown to the size of a warhorse, and then past it. He came down out of the low cloud with his wings spread the width of the gatehouse, and folded them with a crack like a sail catching wind. And the slates under his claws split, and the men on the wall threw themselves flat or off, and the great host of the north that Jon had raised stood in the mud of the eastern bank, and watched their lord settle on the castle of the lord who was supposed to be deciding whether to let them pass. They went up to the hall under a peace banner, Jon and the Great Jon and a dozen others, and they found Walder Frey propped in a high chair like a weasel stuffed and mounted, ringed by so many sons and grandsons and bastards that the hall seemed less a court than a litter. So, the old lord said in a voice like a gate that wanted oiling, "The dragon comes to the twins. Heh, bastard or prince or whatever you are this week. You'll want my bridge. They always want my bridge. The king in the north wanted my bridge, and do you know what he gave old Walder for it? Promises. A marriage he has not yet troubled to make good. Your brother is a fine one for forgetting old Walder once the river is behind him." "I haven't come for a marriage, my lord," Jon said. "I've come to tell you the river is already behind us. We crossed it the moment my dragon landed on your tower. What I've come to offer is the chance to be on the right side of the crossing when the histories are written, instead of under it." The old lord's eyes went small and bright. He was a coward and a grasping one, and Jon had learned to read that particular light too, a man grown old being neither feared enough nor paid enough and come to resent the whole world for it. "Threats," Walder said, but the relish had gone out of him. "In my own hall. An accounting." Jon let the silence stretch the way the Blackfish had taught him a silence could be made to do work. "Tywin Lannister will lose this war, Lord Frey, not because he is a fool. He is the cleverest man in the realm. He will lose because I have 3 of those." He nodded toward the window, where Vorgar's shadow crossed and recrossed the leaded glass like a slow eclipse. "When he loses, every man who stood with the lions will pay the lion's price. And every man who held a bridge for the dragons, who fed them and crossed them and sent his sons to ride with them, will be remembered as a friend of the winning house. You have a great many sons, my lord. This is the rare war in which a great many sons are a fortune rather than a burden. Spend a few of them on the right side, and the Freys will be lords of more than a toll bridge before the snows are done." It was not honor. His father would not have made that speech. His father would have asked for the crossing plainly and been refused and lost a month. But his father was dead, killed by men who understood that greed and menace move the world more reliably than honor, and Jon had decided, somewhere on the road south, that he would beat such men by being willing to take up their tools, and then, when the war was won, be a different thing than they were. Eamon's voice in him said this is how it begins. The great Jon's grin beside him said this is how it is done. Jon held both, and gave Walder Frey his bridge to keep with honor and a cold knot in the belly to make the keeping certain. Walder Frey gave him 400 men, 2 of his least favored sons to lead them, and the crossing. He even smiled, which was worse than his scowling. As they rode out over the bridge with the host pouring across behind, the great Jon leaned from his saddle. "You cowed 90 years of spite into bending the knee in the time it takes most men to lose an argument," Umber rumbled. "Your father couldn't have done that." "No," Jon agreed. "He couldn't." He did not say which of them he thought was the better for it. He was no longer certain of the answer, and the uncertainty was a stone he had decided to carry rather than set down. They came into the Westerlands through the high pass below the Golden Tooth, and the Golden Tooth was where the dragon stopped being a wonder and became a weapon. The castle guarded the only good road into Tywin's homeland, and it had never fallen, not in 300 years, because the road below it ran through a gorge so narrow that 10 men could hold it against 10,000. And the castle above poured arrows and stones and boiling pitch down onto anyone fool enough to try. Robb's vanguard under the Blackfish had taken one look at it and begun the grim mathematics of a siege that would cost a season and 1,000 lives. Jon took the tooth in an afternoon. He did not send men into the gorge. He flew Vorgar up the cliff face in the dawn dark, above the range of the bowmen, and came down on the castle from the side the castle had never been built to defend, which was the sky. The black dragon swept the battlements once, low, and the merlins that had stood 3 centuries ran like candle wax, and the pitch cauldrons the defenders had heated to pour on the gorge took the dragon's fire instead and went up among the men who tended them. And the gate that no ram had ever breached was opened from the inside within the hour by a garrison that had decided, quite suddenly and quite together, that no road into the Westerlands was worth being inside a castle with that. Jon walked the captured battlements afterward and made himself look. That was a discipline he had set himself on the road, a tax he paid on every use of the fire. He would look at what it did. He would not be a lord who gave the order from above the clouds and never came down to see the cost. So he walked the wall where the stone had run molten and cooled again into something like frozen tallow, and he looked at the shapes in it that had been men a few hours before, and he did not let himself turn away until he had counted them. 41, he said to the Blackfish, who had come up through the opened gate and found him there. My lord, 41 of them on this stretch, the cauldron men. They would have poured boiling pitch on 1,000 of ours in the gorge, and we would have called it war and sung about the 1,000. No one will sing about the 41. Jon turned from the wall. I want their names if the garrison knows them. Write them down. The Blackfish studied him a long moment, an old soldier reading a young one. Most commanders, he said, do the opposite. They learn the names of their own dead and let the enemies go unburied and unnamed, because a man who counts the enemy's dead too closely loses the stomach to make more of them. I know, Jon said. That is why I am counting them. The day I lose the stomach for it is the day someone should take the dragons away from me. Until then I would like a list, Sir Brynden, a long one growing. I want to feel the weight of it. A man who cannot feel the weight of the thing he carries is the most dangerous fool in the world, and there is no fool more dangerous than one with a dragon. The Blackfish, who had served 3 generations of Tullys and outlived most of them and was not a man easily impressed, inclined his head as he might to a thing he had not expected to find in a boy. You will have your list, my lord, he said. Gods help you when it grows long. Tywin Lannister received the news of the Golden Tooth at Harrenhal. In the burned and haunted hall of a castle, no fire had ever fully cleansed, and he received it as he received all news, which was without expression and with immediate use. He was a tall man going to gray, with a face like a coin worn smooth, and he stood over the great map table while a trembling Maester read out the ravens, and he did not interrupt, and he did not curse, and when it was done he was silent for the length of time it took a lesser man to decide what to feel. Tywin Lannister did not feel things, he calculated them. A dragon at the Golden Tooth, he said at last. And the rider is Eddard Stark's bastard, who is, the rumor now insists, no bastard at all, but Rhaegar's son, got on the Stark girl, hidden these 16 years. He turned the rumor over the way a moneylender turns a coin to check the stamp. If it is true, it is the single most dangerous fact in Westeros. A Targaryen with a dragon and a just grievance and the north at his back. If it is false, it is the single most useful lie I have ever been handed. My lord, the Maester said. Robert Baratheon won his throne by teaching the realm to hate Targaryens, Tywin said. Mad kings, burned lords. Children dashed against walls, which the realm forgave with remarkable speed once it was Lannister hands that did the dashing. Something that was not a smile touched his mouth and did not stay. Whatever else this dragon prince is, he is the one thing on earth that can make the lords of the realm forget they hate my grandson and remember that they hate dragons more. A pretender of the Mad King's line, burning the Westerlands, marching on King's Landing to put the dragons back on the throne. I could not have invented a more useful enemy if I had been given a year and a free hand. He looked up. Bring me my brother Kevin and the Master of the Mews and find me the records of how the dragons died. The real records, not the songs. They were killed once, by men, with tools. I want the tools. The dragon pit, my lord. The accounts say the small folk rose during the dance and stoned the dragons in their pit, and that scorpions, great crossbows, were raised against them on the walls. Scorpions, Tywin said. Yes, I want 100 of them built, and the men to crew them, and I want it begun today, quietly in the yards at Casterly Rock and King's Landing both. A dragon is a horse that flies and breathes fire. A horse can be killed with a single bolt in the right place, and a flying one only needs the bolt placed higher. He returned to the map, and his finger came to rest on King's Landing, the red dot of the capital where his daughter sat regent and his grandson sat the throne. And send a raven to my daughter. Tell her the war has changed its shape and she is to do nothing, nothing at all, that hands this dragon a cause we cannot answer. No more heads on spikes, no more cleverness with the Stark girls. Snow is coming for the men who killed his father, and the longer we keep those men looking like victims and his fire looking like madness, the longer we live. He paused. She will not listen. She never listens. Write it anyway. She did not listen. In King's Landing, in the Queen's apartments above a city that had begun to whisper the word dragon in the markets and the septs, Cersei Lannister read her father's raven twice, and then held it in the candle until it curled to ash, because she did not care to be lectured by a letter, and because the words do nothing had never once in her life been counsel she could stomach. He thinks I am a child, she said. He thinks I will come apart. There is a half-wild Stark bastard with 3 overgrown lizards burning my father's cow pastures, and my lord father's counsel is do nothing. She turned from the window, where the Blackwater ran gold in the evening, toward her 2 brothers, the one she favored and the one she did not. Tyrion, you are the family's pet expert on grotesques. Tell me about dragons. Tyrion Lannister was small and clever and the only person in the room who had read about dragons rather than merely dreading them, and he had thought of little else since the ravens began. They are not lizards, he said, pouring himself wine, because every conversation with his sister went better with wine. That is the first thing to understand, and the thing that will get us all killed if we keep saying lizards. A grown dragon is the most terrible weapon in the history of the world. Aegon took the 7 kingdoms with 3 of them and burned an army of 50,000 on a single field, and that field is called the Field of Fire a century and a half later because nothing useful has grown there since. The good news, such as it is that these 3 are not grown. They are young, and a young dragon is closer to a very dangerous large dog than to the Black Dread. We have time. Not much. They grow fast and faster the more they kill, and this one is killing a great deal. He drank. The bad news is everything else. Father is right for once, and you have just burned his being right in a candle. Snow is wrapping himself in the gift father gave him, a story, the wronged son, the murdered father, the honorable house betrayed. Every small folk in the realm with a grudge against a tax collector is going to hear that story and decide the dragon is justice with wings. If you want to beat him, you do not beat the dragon, you beat the story. And the way to beat the story is to stop handing him new chapters of it. And how would you suggest I do that, brother? For a start. Tyrion looked at her over the rim of his cup, and for once there was no jest in it. Give him back the Stark girls. Both, if we can find the little one who has a gift for not being found. Send Sansa north under guard with a sweet letter about the king's mercy before the dragon can make a banner of her captivity. Take the most sympathetic thing he owns, his sisters, and turn it into the most awkward thing he owns, a king who gave them back. You cannot fight a man's grief, sister. You can only refuse to keep feeding it. He set down the cup. But you will not do that either, will you? Because Joffrey likes having her, and what Joffrey likes the realm burns for. Cersei's face did the thing it did when Tyrion was right, which was to harden into something that would punish him for it later. The king, she said, will do as his mother counsels. The king took a man's head against his mother's counsel and his grandfather's in front of the whole city to impress a girl and a mob. Tyrion said, rising. That is the entire problem in a single sentence, sister, and no scorpion father builds will fix it. We are not at war with a dragon. We are at war with the consequences of letting a vicious child hold a sword. The dragon is merely the shape the consequences have chosen to take. He went to the door and paused. Build the scorpions anyway. Father is right about those, but build them knowing they are for the symptom. The disease is sitting on the throne in a crown we put on him. He left. Cersei stood alone above the golden river, and far to the west, past the hills, the sky over the Westerlands had a red cast to it that was not the sunset, and she watched it until the dark came up and hid it, and she did not, in fact, give back the Stark girls. The host of the north came down into the Westerlands like a tide that had learned to burn. They did not sack. That was Jon's first command, and the hardest to enforce, harder than any battle, because his men had marched a long way on a grievance, and the Westerlands were fat and undefended, and revenge is a hunger that does not care whose granary it empties. He hanged 2 of his own in the first week, looters, a Karstark man and one of the Frey sons' followers, and made the host watch, and made himself watch, and the looting slowed. He paid for what the army ate, in Lannister gold taken from Lannister strong rooms, which delighted the small folk and enraged the lords and taught the Westermen a thing they had not expected to learn about the dragon, that it kept rules. The town of Sarsfield learned the rule first. Jon brought the dragons low over its walls at dawn, and then did nothing, only circled, while the great Jon rode to the gate under a white banner, and offered the town its lives, its homes, and its harvest, in exchange for its gold, its oath, and a promise that it would never again open its gates to a Lannister garrison. The castellan was an old knight with grandchildren on the wall behind him. He looked at the dragons, and he looked at the children, and he did the sum that Tywin Lannister did not believe a soldier could be brought to do under fire. He opened the gates. Not one soul died at Sarsfield. Jon paid in Lannister gold for the bread his army took, and rode out, and behind him the town watched the dragons dwindle into the west, and told a tale that night that was not the tale the lions wished told, a tale in which the dragon could have burned them all and took the gold instead. That tale was worth more to Jon than the gold had been. Tywin understood ledgers. Jon was learning that a war is won in stories as surely as in fields, and that the cheapest victory in all the world is the town you never have to burn. The towns that chose otherwise, that shut their gates and trusted to stone and waited for a relief that Tywin would not spend, learned the other half of the rule, and Jon made himself ride through those afterward as well, and add their dead to the Blackfish's growing list, so that the cheapness of the first kind of victory and the cost of the second would always sit in him side by side, where he could not mistake the one for the other. Word of Sarsfield ran faster than word of Ox Cross, which taught Jon a thing he tucked away beside everything Aemon had given him. That mercy, deployed with the same cold deliberation as fire, was itself a kind of weapon, and a cheaper one. Castles that had meant to hold out sent envoys instead. Lords who had sworn to die for the lion discovered, when the shadow crossed their walls, urgent reasons to reconsider their oaths, and Jon took their submissions and their gold and their hostages and let them keep their heads, and the Westerlands began, holding by holding, to decide that the Dragon Prince was a calamity it might survive if it bent, and a certain death if it did not. That was the whole of conquest. The Blackfish told him one night over the maps. The art of making submission look sensible and resistance look like suicide, and the lords who mastered it kept their kingdoms, while the lords who courted battle too eagerly lost them. Jon listened, and learned and disliked, a little, how good he was becoming at a thing his father would have found distasteful, and did it anyway, because his father had died of being too fine a man in a country that ate fine men. And Jon had decided he would rather be a difficult question the histories argued over than a clean answer carved on a tomb. The dragons grew through all of it, faster than the Meister's books allowed, because the books had been written about dragons that lived in pits and ate butchers' scraps, and these three lived in the open and ate a war. Vorgar was the length of a galley now and could carry Jon a full day without tiring. Saelyra had learned to take a man off a galloping horse and drop him from a height that made the taking a mercy. Even slow Calder had grown into his bulk, and the three of them asleep in a captured Lannister field at night, were a heat the whole army drifted toward, a strange and terrible comfort. The fire that had hunted the realm for a year curled tame at the center of the camp like the world's most dangerous hounds. Jon walked among them most nights, between the lists and his bed, and laid his hand on Vorgar's flank, and felt the slow furnace breathing under the scales, and reminded himself, each time, that tame was a word men had used about dragons in precisely the centuries before the dragons reminded them otherwise. But an army is an army, and a war is a war, and there is no clean version of either. He saw it in the villages that emptied at his approach, in the wells fouled by their own people so the invaders could not drink, in the children who looked at the dragons overhead and did not run, because they had already learned that running did no good. Every list the Blackfish kept for him grew longer. He read each one by candle alone, the way another man might pray, and he made the reading a wall against the easy warmth that came after a victory, the warmth that whispered that the burned had earned it, that the fire was clean, that he was owed. He was learning that the fire was never clean. That was the lesson the cave had only begun to teach him, and the Westerlands finished. A dragon does not distinguish the knight from the cook who follows him, the archer from the child who carries his arrows. Fire is the most democratic thing in the world. It takes everyone the same. Sir Stafford Lannister came against him at last, below a hill the Westermen called Oxcross, with a host of 10,000 levies raised in haste and drilled in less. And it was there that Jon learned the true difference between a castle and an army, and the full enormity of what he carried. He let them array. That was the cruelty of it, and the mercy of it both. A quicker commander would have burned them in their camp at dawn and saved the speeches. Jon let Sir Stafford form his lines, let the trumpets sound, let 10,000 shivering farmers and fishermen and second sons stand in the cold morning behind their bedders and grip their spears, and tell one another it would be all right. Then he flew all three dragons over them in a single low pass, not burning, only flying, so that 10,000 men could see with their own eyes the thing the songs had failed to prepare them for. And he gave them the chance to break before he made them. Most armies in the history of the world do not get that chance. Half of Stafford's took it, half the host turned and ran before a single fire fell, and Jon let them run, because a rooted man tells the tale and a burned man only smokes, and he wanted the tale to outrun his own army. The other half held because Stafford held them, because there were knights among them who had never run from anything and did not know how to begin. For those, there was the fire. It came down out of the gray morning in 3 long ribbons, black and bronze and pale silver and green glowing bronze, and where it touched the held line ceased to be a line and became a sound, one sound, very large, that Jon would carry the rest of his life into the moments before sleep. The dragons did not stop at the front rank. Fire does not understand ranks. It rolled back through the host in waves, and the men in the rear who had been on the point of running discovered the fire had gotten behind them, and the field the Westermen had called Oxcross for the cattle that once crossed it took, in the space of a quarter hour, a name the Meisters would use in its place. Jon brought Vorgar down on the hill where Stafford's banner still flew, and he found the old knight there among his guard, sword drawn, face the color of ash, watching his army die in a manner no sword had any answer to. Stafford Lannister was Tywin's cousin, near 60, a soft man given a hard command because the Lannisters had run short of better. He looked at Jon climbing down off the black dragon, and he did not run, which Jon respected, and he lifted his sword, which Jon ended quickly and cleanly, because there was no honor to be had in feeding an old man to the fire, and Jon had promised himself he would always keep the difference. That night the army made its camp on the one field, because there was nowhere else to make it, and the dragons slept among the dead they had made, and grew, and Jon did not sleep at all. He sat apart on the hill, with Ghost's head heavy across his knees and Vorgar's bulk a darker dark against the stars below him, and the Blackfish's newest list in his hand, unread, because he could not yet make himself read it by the light of the very fires it counted. The great Jon found him there near the turn of the night, and lowered himself down with the grunt of a big man past his best years, and for a while neither of them spoke. "We could end the war in a fortnight," Umber said at last, low, looking out over the dark and the embers. "Fly these three to King's Landing and do this to the Red Keep. You know it. Every man in this camp knows it, and half of them prayed for it tonight." "I know it," Jon said. "Then why the Westerlands? Why the marching and the granaries and the list Sir Brynden keeps for you? Why not end it and go home?" Jon looked at the field, at the name being borne on it, at the toll written in a script he had sworn to keep reading even when it cost him sleep, even when it cost him the simple clean thing he had ridden south to do. "Because to end a war in a fortnight by burning a city," he said, "is the thing my grandfather became, and the realm tore his whole house down for it and was right too. And because there is a girl in that city I gave my word to bring out alive, and you cannot pull a living girl out of a field of fire." He turned from the dead. "We do it the slow way, the hard way. We make Tywin come to us in the open, where I can fight his army instead of his city. Burning the Red Keep would be easy, great Jon. I have noticed that since I left the wall, the easy thing and the right thing have not once turned out to be the same thing. I have started taking that as a kind of map." The great Jon was quiet a while. Then he put a hand the size of a ham on Jon's shoulder and left it there, and did not say any of the bluff loud things he was famous for saying. "Your father raised you," he said finally. "Whatever blood is in you, a dragon didn't sit up on a cold hill counting dead farmers tonight. A Stark did." He rose with another grunt. "Sleep if you can, the wolf will watch. So will the lizard, I'd wager. Funny pair of guardians for a man. Funny world." He went down the hill into the camp. Jon stayed until the sky paled. Then he read the list. Every name the garrison and the prisoners had been able to give. And when he was done, he folded it in with the others and looked east, toward the rivers, toward Riverrun and the captive lion chained in its cellars, and toward the long road past it that ran down at last to a red keep on a hill above the sea, where a golden child wore a stolen crown, and did not yet understand that the slow way is the most patient kind of vengeance there is. Chapter 4 End Chapter 5. The lions reckoning by midwinter the dragons had grown too large to walk a horse beside, and Lannisport learned what that meant on a clear cold morning with the tide coming in. The city was the second richest in Westeros, after King's Landing, and it had grown fat and unwalled in the long peace beneath the shadow of Casterly Rock, trusting the rock to keep it the way a child trusts the size of its father. Its harbor held the Lannister fleet, 40 warships and twice as many fat-bellied traders, the wooden muscle that moved Lannister gold and grain around the rim of Westeros and made the war in the Riverlands possible. Jon had come for the fleet. That was the plan, and the plan was sound, and the Blackfish had drawn it in chalk on the floor of Riverrun's hall. Burn the ships, cripple the gold, force Tywin off his stone perch at Harrenhal and out into the open where a dragon could find him. Burn the fleet, not the city. The city was not on the chalk. Vorgar did not read chalk. The black dragon went down the line of moored ships like a scythe through a field of standing wheat, and the pitch and tar and oiled rope took the fire and threw it higher, and the burning ships strained at their moorings and broke them and drifted, blazing into other ships, and into the wooden piers, and the piers ran up into the warehouses, and the warehouses stood shoulder to shoulder with the first houses of the city. Jon, 200 feet up on the dragon's back, felt the thing he had been waiting and dreading to feel since the cave. He felt the dragon stop listening. It was not rebellion. It was worse, because rebellion implies a separate will saying number. This was appetite. Vorgar had grown, and grown by killing, the way Tyrion Lannister had warned a queen who burned the warning in a candle. And the larger the dragon grew, the more the fire became not a thing Jon aimed, but a thing the dragon simply was, the way a river does not aim its flood. Below them, the harbor had become a single sheet of flame, and the wind off the sea was carrying it inland, into streets where people who had never held a Lannister spear were waking to find the morning on fire, and Vorgar wheeled for another pass. Not because Jon willed it, but because the burning called to the thing in the dragon, the way blood in the water calls to a shark. For the length of 3 heartbeats, Jon Snow was a passenger on the back of his own vengeance, and the city of Lannisport was going to die for it. Stop in time. Morna's voice out of the ash. The only prayer worth saying. Jon did not pray, he fought. He put everything the cave had poured into him, every thread of the bond running between his blood and the dragon, into one word in the old tongue, a word that did not mean stop so much as it meant enough, the word a mother uses, the word that is more weight than sound. He bent his whole will down the length of that bond like a man hauling a war horse back from a cliff's edge by the reins, and Vorgar screamed, a sound of pure thwarted hunger, and did not turn. Then he turned. The black dragon broke off the second pass with the city's edge already smoking, and climbed, shuddering, and Selira and Calder broke with him because they followed the black in all things, and Jon held the 3 of them on the leash of that one word, until they were out over the cold gray water with the burning harbor falling away behind. Only then did he let himself shake, high in the wind where no man alive could see a conqueror's hands tremble on the reins. He had burned the fleet. He had also burned a quarter of Lannisport that he had never meant to touch, and killed he did not yet know how many who had done nothing to his father, and he had done the second thing not by choice but by a half-second slackness on the leash. That was the lesson, the one Aemon had tried to give him at the wall, and the one no man can truly take second hand. The dragon was not a sword. A sword does not want. A sword, dropped, lies where it falls. The dragon wanted always, with a hunger older than houses. And the only thing standing between that hunger and the end of the world was the daily, hourly, hardening discipline of the one man whose blood it answered. And that man was 18 years old and tired and full of the dead. And one morning, inevitably, that man would be slower than he had been today. He went down into the ruins afterward, on foot, with his hood up and Ghost a pale shadow at his heel, because a lord who orders a fire and never walks through its leavings is not a lord but a catapult that talks. The harbor district was a black skeleton of itself, the air thick with the smell that no song mentions, wet ash and tar and the other thing under it. And the small folk who had not run were doing the slow, stunned work of the survivors of any disaster, digging, carrying, sitting in the street holding objects that no longer had a use. None of them knew him for the dragon. They saw a tall man in a gray cloak with a great white dog, and they let him pass, because grief makes a person incurious. He stopped where a woman knelt in the wreck of what had been a chandler's shop, working at a fallen beam with bleeding hands, and he set his shoulder to the beam without a word and lifted it. And under it there was nothing she could be helped to save, only the shape of what there had been, small, and she made a sound he would hear in the moments before sleep for the rest of his life, alongside the other sound, the one the held line had made at the field below Ox Cross. He stood with her a while in the ash. He did not tell her who he was. There was no version of who he was that would have been a comfort, and a man who burns your child and then asks to be thanked for feeling poorly about it has only added insult to murder. When he left, he put a purse of Lannister gold into the hands of an old septon who was moving among the survivors, and the septon looked at the weight of it, and then at the cut of the cloak and understood, the way the devout sometimes understand more than they say. "The dragon, then," the septon said quietly. "Come to salve himself. Come to pay what can't be paid," Jon said. "I know the difference. I came anyway. That is either the beginning of a good king or the most dangerous thing a bad one ever learned to say," the septon said. "I am too old and there are too many to bury for me to guess which. Go and win your war, dragon. And when you have won it, remember this street and that you stood in it, and that the gold did not bring the beam up off the child. Remember that gold never does. It is the only sermon I have time for today." Jon went, and added the street to his list that night in his own hand, by name where he could learn the names, and the list had stopped being a discipline somewhere over Lannisport and become a wound he chose to keep open, because a healed wound is a thing you can forget, and he had decided he would not let himself forget. Tywin Lannister broke camp at Harrenhal the day the Ravens brought him Lannisport, and he did it without raising his voice. He read the accounts twice, the burned harbor, the lost fleet, the quarter of his home city gone to ash, and then he folded the parchment and looked at the map, and did the only thing the map permitted. He could not sit in the haunted east while the west burned. A Lannister who let the fire reach Lannister doors was a Lannister whose bannermen began, very quietly, to wonder what an overlord was for. So he would march west, 20,000 strong, and he would carry with him the answer he had been building since the Golden Tooth. The answer rode in pieces on 300 wagons, 100 scorpions, the great iron crossbows the size of carts, each throwing a bolt as long as a man and thick as a wrist, with heads forged barbed and broad in the yards at Casterly Rock by smiths working through the nights. His brother Kevin thought them a folly, an old man's faith in old books. Tywin did not argue with him. Tywin had read the real accounts of the Dance of the Dragons, the ones the singers improved, and he knew the truth the singers buried, that dragons were not gods, that they had died screaming with bolts in their eyes and spears in their wings, killed by ordinary men who refused to be made to feel that killing them was impossible. The whole of the dragon's power, Tywin had concluded, was the feeling it created in the men beneath it, the feeling that resistance was a kind of blasphemy. A scorpion did not feel blasphemous. A scorpion did sums, the same as he did. "He fights cleverly, the boy," Tywin said to Kevin as the host wound west into the hills, the wagons groaning under their iron. "He burned the fleet and spared the granaries. He pays for his bread. He hangs his own looters. He keeps a list of the men he kills, they say, which is either the most useful weakness an enemy ever showed me or the most dangerous strength, and I have not yet decided which. He watched the road. He is doing what I would do if I were a Targaryen with a dragon and a dead father, and the wit to know that the realm fears a burner more than it loves a victim. He is trying to be the dragon that has rules, the dragon you can live under. That is the only kind of dragon that ever keeps a throne, and the fact that he has worked it out at 18 is the thing about him that I find genuinely inconvenient. Then how do we beat him, brother? We make him break his own rule." Tywin's eyes were the pale green gold of the lion on his banner, and just as warm. Every man has a moment when the fire gets ahead of him. He had one at Lannisport. The ravens are full of it, a quarter of a city he did not mean to burn. He will have another. Our task is to arrange the battlefield so that when it comes in front of the largest possible audience, and costs him the one thing his whole war is built on, which is the realm's belief that he is the better sort of monster. A dragon that burns a fleet is a weapon. A dragon that burns a city full of children it came to liberate is the Mad King reborn, and the lords who are wavering toward him today will remember in a week why their fathers put the dragons down. He almost smiled. We do not have to kill the dragon, Kevin. The scorpions are insurance. We have to make the dragon kill the prince's good name. He is doing half our work already, every time the leash slips. We need only build the kind of battle in which the leash is certain to slip, and make certain the whole realm is watching when it does. The raven from Riverrun reached Jon that night, and it carried two things, and the second changed the war. The first was the news that Tywin had marched. The burning of Lannisport had done what the chalk promised. The old lion was off his stone, and coming west with 20,000 men and 100 scorpions built to kill exactly what Jon rode. The plan had worked. The wolf had drawn the lion into the open. Now came the harder part, which is surviving the having of the thing one wanted. The second was a name, in Robb's own hand and not the Meister's. Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer. Robb's captive these long months, chained in the deepest dry cell beneath Riverrun. Mother grows desperate for the girls and talks of trading him for Sansa. Robb had written, "Come and look at him before she does. You have earned the right to look at him. He killed the last Dragon King. He is the only man living who has already done the thing that wakes you in the night." Jon flew to Riverrun. They had Jaime Lannister in a cell with no window, on a stool, his wrists and ankles in irons bolted to the wall, and they had not been gentle. But they had not broken him either, because the Kingslayer was not the sort of thing that breaks. He was filthy and gaunt, and his golden hair had gone to lank straw, and when the torchlight came in with Jon, the famous green eyes found the famous black dragon's rider, and the famous mouth pulled into something that had been a beautiful man's smile before the cells got hold of it. "The dragon," James said. "Come to look at the lion in his cage. Everyone has, lately. Your brother, the fish uncle, the great Jon, who I believe wanted to eat me. I am quite the attraction. Do they sell pies?" Jon set the torch in the bracket and looked at him and said nothing. The way the blackfish had taught him a silence could do work. "Oh, you are one of the quiet ones," James said. "I should have guessed. The loud ones do their killing with their mouths. The quiet ones do it with dragons." He shifted, and the chains clinked. "Go on then, I know why you have come. I killed your grandfather. Put my sword through Aerys Targaryen's back while he sat on that ugly chair screaming, burn them all, because his pyromancers had stuffed 500,000 jars of wildfire under King's Landing, and the Mad King had decided he would sooner be ash on the wind than a deposed corpse. 500,000 jars. Under the sept, under the guild halls, under the streets where the small folk slept. He would have made a field of fire of the whole city, every man and woman and child in it, his own people, to spite my father at the gates. So I put my sword through him. The most honorable thing I ever did, and I have worn the name Kingslayer for it every day since, hung on me by men who would have burned with the rest if I had kept my vow." The green eyes did not waver. "So, your grandfather's blood is on me. Come to collect." Jon was quiet a long moment. The dragonfire of Lannisport was still in his nose. The half-second slackness was still in his hands. "No," he said at last, "you did not kill my father. Ilan Payne swung the sword. Joffrey gave the order. Slynt and Trant made the arrest. Cersei made the lie. You were not even in the city. I keep a list, Sir Jaime, a long one. Your name is not on it. How disappointing for us both." But something had shifted behind the green eyes, a duelist registering an unexpected stance. "You came all this way not to kill me. Why then?" "Because my brother told me you are the only man living who has already done the thing that wakes me in the night, and he was wrong about which thing." Jon stepped into the small light, so the Kingslayer could see his face. "You are the only man living who did the thing I most need to learn how to do, and could not find anyone to teach. Your king sat his throne and decided to burn his own city rather than lose it. And you, who had sworn every oath there is to protect him, you looked at that, and you broke every oath, and you killed him, and you let the whole world name you oathbreaker forever rather than let him light the wildfire. You stopped him. You are the one who stopped the Dragon King from burning everyone. The cell was very quiet. This morning, Jon said, I burned a quarter of Lannisport that I did not mean to burn, because my dragon got the bit in its teeth, and I was half a second slow on the leash. There is a woman in that city kneeling over what came out from under a beam, so I came to look at the one man who, when his Dragon King finally said burn them all, stood close enough and was traitor enough to stop it. I came to ask the Kingslayer how he knew it was time to break his oath. How a man tells the difference, in the half-second, between the king he serves and the monster he has to put down. Because the day is coming when the monster and the man are both going to be me, and I would like to know how you knew. For a long moment the famous mouth had nothing ready in it. Jaime Lannister, who had a quip for every cell in the Red Keep and most of the ones beneath it, looked at the Dragon Prince who had come not to gloat over a Kingslayer but to consult one, and something in his ruined face went still and old. You do not tell the difference, Jaime said, finally, all the music gone out of his voice. That is the secret nobody wants. There is no clean moment. No banner drops to announce now it is time. There was just a man on a chair screaming for fire, and the jars under the floor and me deciding. I will never know for certain I was right. I think I was. I have thought so every day for 16 years, and I have never once been sure, and the not being sure is the price, and it never stops being the price. He leaned forward as far as the irons allowed. You want to know how to keep from becoming your grandfather, dragon. Here it is, free, from the one creature who paid full coin for it. You keep someone near you whose face you will see in the half-second. Someone you would be ashamed in front of. Aerys had no one. Everyone close to him was a slave or a sycophant or a victim, and so he burned. Keep one person by you who looks at you as though you are still a man and not a god, and when the dragon has the bit in its teeth, see their face and let the shame be faster than the fire. That is all I have. That is all there is. He sat back and the chains rang and the green eyes hooded. Now get out. I have given a Targaryen better counsel than my own king ever took, and I find I would like to be alone with how strange that is. Jon took up the torch. At the door he stopped. I am going to tell my brother not to trade you for Sansa, he said. Not because I want you in a cell, because the day this war ends, there will be men at my shoulder who want the Dragon Prince to burn every Lannister in Westeros down to the cradles, and I am going to need to be able to point at one Lannister who killed a king to save a city, and say, that one we judge as a man, not as a lion. You are more used to me alive and complicated than dead and simple, Sir Jaime. Take what comfort you can from being useful. Gods, said Jaime Lannister to the closing door, with something that was almost admiration and almost its opposite. Ned Stark raised a clever one. A pity. The stupid ones are so much easier to survive. He climbed up out of the black cells into the gray light of Riverrun's yard, with the Kingslayer's counsel sitting in him like a swallowed coal. Keep someone near you whose face you will see in the half-second. He had been collecting such faces without naming the collection. A brother who looked at him as a man and not a god. A wolf that had decided he was worth the suffering. A list of names in his own hand that was, when he was honest with himself, only another face, the face of everyone the fire had taken, kept close so he could not forget what the fire was. A lesser commander would have wanted, after Lannisport, to feel less. Jon had decided to feel more, on purpose, as a discipline, because the day the burning stopped costing him something was the day he became the thing the realm would be right to put down, and the cost was the only proof he had that he still stood on the correct side of the line his grandfather had walked off the edge of. It was not comfortable. Comfort, he was learning, was a thing a man traded away the hour he picked up a dragon, and he had stopped expecting it back. Robb was waiting for him in the yard with the wolves and the cold, two kings of different things and brothers of the same dead man. There was war in every direction now, and a council to hold, and a city far to the south that would have to be taken the hard way, and both of them knew it, and neither said it, because some weights are carried better in silence. At last Robb said only, "You look like him tonight, Father." The look he wore the morning we found the direwolves in the snow, like a man who has just seen the size of a thing nobody else can see yet. And Jon said, "I have," and did not explain, and Robb did not ask, and they went in together out of the cold to plan the breaking of the cleverest man in Westeros. Two sons of the Snows of Winterfell grown into the two most dangerous men in the realm, both of them wishing, in the parts of themselves that were still young, that their father were alive to tell them they were doing it right. They planned the killing of Tywin Lannister in Riverrun's hall the next morning, over the Blackfish's chalk, and it was the first council in which Jon understood, fully, that the easy part of his war was behind him. 100 scorpions, the Blackfish said, drawing the iron carts in white lines. We must assume the ravens are true. He has read the same histories I have, and he is not a man to ignore a lesson because it is uncomfortable. A scorpion bolt will not always kill a grown dragon. It will, placed well, in a wing or a throat or an eye, and it does not need to kill to win. It needs only to make you wary of flying low, where the fire does its work, and high you are merely a very large and noisy target making a great deal of noise. He looked up at Jon. Tywin will array those scorpions in the center of his host, screened by his best men, and he will dare you to come down to them. If you come down, he kills a dragon and breaks the spell. If you stay high, you burn his fringes and he marches under it, and the battle becomes a battle of men, in which he has 20,000 of the best in the realm and we have rather fewer of the worst. Then we do not fight the battle he wants, Jon said, and he found the part of him that watched from above, the part that had been doing sums in the snow with the dead, and he set it to the problem. He has built an army to kill a dragon that flies straight at it, so I do not fly straight at it. A scorpion is a slow weapon. It must be aimed and cranked and loosed and aimed again, and it cannot turn faster than a team of straining men can lever it round. I have flown a hawk. You kill the slow weapon by never being where it is pointed. He took the chalk from the Blackfish's hand, which no one had ever done, and the old soldier let him. We do not give him one battle. We give him 100 small ones, at the time and place of our choosing, on the march, at the river crossings, in the dawn dark and the dusk, against his foragers and his scouts and his wagons, those 300 wagons of iron that cannot move faster than an ox. We burn the scorpions before they are ever set up. We make him build his perfect battlefield, and then we never come to it. We make 20,000 men march hungry and sleepless through a land where the sky kills them whenever it pleases and never when they are ready, until the host that left Harrenhal as an army arrives wherever it is going as a broken mob, and then, and only then, we give him his battle. The great Jon was grinning. The Blackfish was not, which was higher praise. That is not how lords make war, Brynden Tully said slowly. That is how the wildlings raid and the Dornish and the bandits in the mountains of the moon. There is no glory in it. The singers will hate it. My father is dead because he believed in the kind of war the singers love, Jon said. I am not interested in glory, Sir Brynden. I am interested in my sister alive, out of a red keep, and 4 men judged for a murder, and a realm still standing afterward to be worth the saving. Tywin Lannister has spent his whole life teaching the world that he is the lord who always pays his debts. Let us teach him there is one debt no amount of cleverness collects, and that is the debt a man owes the sky when he marches under a dragon that has decided not to fight fair. Robb, who was king in the north and had said nothing through all of it, watching his brother take the chalk and the room together, spoke at last from the head of the table. "Do it," he said. "All of it. The slow way, the hard way, the way without songs." He looked at Jon, and there was a kingly weight in it, and under the weight the gray-eyed lad from the snows of Winterfell who had once wrestled a bastard brother for the pure sport of it. But Jon, the scorpions are not the only thing waiting south. Stannis Baratheon has put his own brother in the ground by sorcery and taken Storm's End, and he has a red priestess at his side who burns men for praying wrong and writes to every lord in the realm about a champion reborn under a bleeding star, smoke and salt, a prince that was promised. Half the realm thinks her champion is Stannis. The other half has begun to look hard at the one who walked into a cave under a comet and walked out with 3 dragons. Robb, let that sit. We will win you your battles, but the war you are walking into is not only Tywin's army. It is the question of what you are, and that question has more claimants and sharper teeth than any host of men, and it will not wait politely for you to decide you would rather not be asked. Outside, on the towers and the riverbank, 3 dragons too large now for any roof breath slow in the winter sun, and the firelight of the cooking fires moved in their half-shut eyes and grew, and waited to be used. Jon looked at the chalk and the lines and the long, patient cruelty of the plan he had just drawn, and thought of a woman kneeling in the ash of Lannisport, and of Jaime Lannister's counsel in the dark, see their face, let the shame be faster than the fire, and he did not let himself believe, even for one comforting hour, that he had the half-second beaten. He had only made it a fair fight. With a dragon, he was learning, a fair fight was the most a man could honestly pray for. Chapter 5 End Chapter 6. The price of fire. Tywin Lannister had built an army to kill a dragon that flew straight at it, and Jon Snow spent the rest of the winter teaching him that he had built the wrong army. It went the way Jon had drawn it on the Blackfish's chalk, which is to say it went slowly, and without songs, and it broke something in everyone who waged it, Jon most of all. He did not give Tywin his battle. He gave him 100 small murders instead, spread across the hills of the Westerlands like a sickness. The dragons came at dawn and at dusk, and in the blue hours between, never twice from the same quarter, never where the scorpions were already cranked and aimed. They burned the foragers who went out for grain, so the host had to eat its own stores. They burned the stores. They burned the 300 wagons of iron, one screened column at a time, until the great scorpions Tywin had forged through sleepless nights at Casterly Rock were so much slag in the mud of roads the host could no longer use by daylight. They never burned the men in the center, where Tywin wanted them burned, where a single bolt placed well could break the spell. They burned the edges, always the edges, the way a wolf takes a herd, and a herd that is taken at the edges learns, in time, that there is no safe place in the middle either, only a place where the fear arrives a little later. He learned the rhythm of it until it sickened him, which he decided was the correct response, and refused to let pass. A column of foragers would top a ridge at dawn with the frost still on the grass, 200 men sent out to find grain for 20,000, and say Lyra would come out of the rising sun where their eyes could not follow, and the ridge would be empty by the time the sound reached the main camp. The host would dig in around its remaining wagons, build its walls of shields, set its scorpions cranked and ready through a long, cold night, and nothing would come, and the next night nothing, and the men would begin to sleep again from sheer exhaustion. And on the third night, when the iron arms had been left uncranked because a weapon cannot be held at full draw forever, the dragons would come. Tywin met every move Jon made with the correct counter, and every correct counter cost him, because the only correct counter to a dragon that will not be drawn into the scorpions is to spread out, and an army spread out is an army that can be eaten a mouthful at a time. Jon was using the man's own competence as a weapon against him, the way a wrestler uses a stronger man's lunge. And there was a cold pleasure in it that he distrusted the moment he noticed it, because Aemon had warned him that the dragon would offer him pleasures, and that the most dangerous of them was the pleasure of being good at this. By the turn of the year, Tywin Lannister commanded a host that had not lost a battle and was losing the war. 20,000 of the best soldiers in Westeros marching hungry and sleepless through a land where the sky killed them at its pleasure and never at their own. And Jon, watching from 2,000 feet with the wind freezing the wet on his face, understood that he was winning, and understood what winning was made of, and did not let himself look away from either. He brought the old lion to battle at last in a valley below the headwaters of the Tumblestone, on ground Jon had chosen, and Tywin had been herded toward over 6 weeks, the way water is herded toward a mill race. He gave Tywin the open battle the histories would remember, and he did not fight it the way the histories would have liked. He did not send the dragons screaming down into the teeth of the scorpions that remained. He held them high and patient, and he sent in the men, Robb's host and his own, the Great Jon and the Karstarks and the River Lords, and he let the two armies grind together in the valley floor the honest, brutal way men have always settled things. And only when Tywin committed his reserve, only when the Scorpion crews looked up to track the dragons and saw them still high and out of reach, and let their attention drift back down to the killing on the ground, only then did Jon fold his wings and fall. He came out of the low sun, where no eye could follow, and Vorgar took the Scorpion line in a single pass before the crews could lever a single iron arm around, and the spell that Tywin had spent a kingdom's gold to break held instead, and broke the other way. An army that has been promised that the dragon can be killed, and then watches its dragon killers turn to ash in the time it takes to draw a breath, does not rout like an ordinary army. It comes apart at the soul. 20,000 of the best soldiers in Westeros remembered, all at once and together, that they were men standing under a thing out of the oldest and worst stories, and they did what men have always done under such things, which is run, or kneel, or die, deciding which. Tywin Lannister did not run, and did not kneel, and did not die. That was the measure of the man, when the field was lost beyond any saving, when his perfect army had become a screaming tide pouring back the way it had come. The old lion gathered the 3,000 who could still hear an order, and he cut his way clear in good formation, eastward, toward the Gold Road and the capital, abandoning the Westerlands he had bled to defend, because a clever man does not die for ground when there is a war still to be lost or won behind walls. Jon could have run him down. He had the dragons and the light and the man's whole remnant strung out on an open road. He let him go. Why? Robb asked him that night on the one field among the lists. It was not reproach. It was the question of a king learning his brother. You had him. 6 weeks of this, and you had him on the road, and you let the cleverest enemy we will ever face walk to King's Landing to organize the one defense we cannot easily crack. Why? Because I want him behind walls, Jon said. Out here, in the open, he is the finest field commander alive, and every day he lives out here he kills more of ours than I can replace. Behind the walls of King's Landing, he is a man in a box with a vicious child for a king, and a daughter who burns her own father's counsel in candles. Tywin's genius is the open field and the long game. Put him in a city under siege, with a dragon overhead and Cersei at his back and Joffrey on the throne, and his genius starts working against itself, because he cannot control the people he has to share the box with. Jon looked east, down the dark road the old lion had taken. I am not trying to kill Tywin Lannister, Robb. Killing him is easy. I am trying to win a war and pull a living girl out of a city and put 4 men to justice and have a realm left over. Tywin in a box, surrounded by his own family's madness, serves all 4 of those better than Tywin dead on a road, made a martyr, with the realm free to forget he was a monster and remember only that a dragon killed him. The slow way, the hard way. We are not done paying for it yet. The price came due first among his own. Rickard Karstark had buried 2 sons in this war already, and he was a hard, cold man who had cared for them in a hard, cold way. And one night by the fires with wine in him, he said the thing that a good many of the northern lords had been thinking and had been too cautious or too loyal to say. "We marched south for Ned Stark," Karstark said, loud enough to carry, which meant he intended it to carry. Ned Stark, who was a Stark, of Winterfell, of the blood of the first men and the old gods. We did not march south for a Targaryen. We did not bleed our sons white so a dragon could put the Mad King's grandson back on the chair the Mad King burned men in. I have nothing against you, Snow or Sand, or whatever your true name turns out to be when the singers are done. But my boys died for a wolf, not a dragon. And there is not a man at these fires who does not know that when this is won, if it is won, we will have spent the North's strength putting a Targaryen 1 step from the Iron Throne, and I have lived long enough to remember what the last Targaryen on that throne did to men who displeased him. The fire popped. No one spoke. Jon let the silence do its work, but the silence for once was not on his side. It was the silence of men waiting to see whether the dragon would prove Karstark right. "You're not wrong, Lord Karstark," Jon said at last, and that was not what any of them had braced for. "Your sons died for a wolf. The one who raised me was a wolf, and he taught me everything I have that's worth keeping, and the blood that's in me besides is the blood that burned your grandfathers and put a city to the torch in living memory. You'd be a fool to trust it on my word, and you're not a fool. So I'll not ask for your trust. I'll offer you a thing you can check." He stood. "When this war is won, I will not take the Iron Throne. I'll say it before all of you, before the heart trees, before my brother who is your king. I did not raise these dragons to be a king. I raised them to bury a father and guard a realm against a thing in the north that makes the Iron Throne look like a footstool. The day Joffrey is judged and Sansa is safe and the lions are pulled down, I go back to the wall, and the dragons go with me north, where the war that actually matters is waiting. You can hold me to that, every man here. If I reach for that chair, you have my leave to put a sword in me, and the gods and your sons will call it justice." It was not a thing a Targaryen was supposed to say, and Karstark, who had expected fire and gotten an oath he could hold in his hand, had nothing to answer it with, and the moment passed. But Jon walked back to his own fire knowing he had bought peace with a promise, and that promises are the most expensive currency there is, because the bill comes when you can least afford it, and a man who spends them freely is a man building his own gallows 1 plank at a time. Catelyn Stark broke faith 3 nights later, and she did it for her children, which is the only cause that ever truly breaks faith. She freed Jaime Lannister from his cell beneath Riverrun in the Black before dawn, with her own hands and her father's old steward, and a bag of the Tully gold, and she sent him south under guard of a single sworn sword, Brienne of Tarth, a great homely woman who had no fondness for the Kingslayer, and a fanatic's devotion to the lady who commanded her. Catelyn sent with him a letter to Cersei Lannister, queen to queen, mother to mother, offering the Kingslayer's freedom, which she no longer had the power to grant but was granting anyway, in exchange for her daughters. By the time it was discovered, by the time Robb stood white-faced in the empty cell with the struck irons in his hand, the Kingslayer was a day gone toward the capital, and the only weapon the North had held over the Lannisters that did not breathe fire was loose on the road home. Robb wanted to send the dragons after him. Jon would not. "She is my mother," Robb said, in the high chamber, and he was not a king in that moment. He was a son with his house coming apart in his hands. "She betrayed me." Her own son, her own king. For Sansa, For Arya, who is probably dead. She gave away the war's best hostage for a letter that woman will use to wipe herself. And I have to do something, Jon. I have to be seen to do something. Or every lord at those fires learns that you can betray the king in the north, and the worst that happens is he weeps in a tower. You will do nothing, Jon said. I am the king. You are the king, and your mother freed a prisoner to try to save your sisters. And if you punish her for it, you will spend the rest of your reign as the king who jailed his own grieving mother for loving her daughters. And there is no crown heavy enough to make the realm forgive that, or to make you forgive yourself. Jon crossed to him. Did a foolish thing, Robb, and a faithless thing, and she did it because she has buried a husband and lost 2 daughters and has nothing left in the world to do but reach, and she reached. I gave her my word in the godswood that I would bring Sansa out alive. She didn't believe me. Why would she? I'm a dragon. Dragons burn cities, they don't pull living girls out of them. She did the only thing a mother in a tower could do, which is the wrong thing, with all her heart. He held his brother's eyes. Let Jaime go. Truly, it costs us a hostage, and it gives Cersei back a brother, and it changes nothing about how this ends, because this was always going to end at the gates of King's Landing, with fire, hostage or no hostage. But it gives me one thing I wanted. It puts Jaime Lannister inside that city when I come for it. And Jaime Lannister is the one Lannister in the world who has already killed a king to stop a wildfire. When I am standing in the wreck of that city with the dragon's blood up and the choice in my hands, I would rather he were there than not. Your mother, betraying you, has put the one honest blade I trust exactly where I need it. Don't waste that punishing her for it. Go to her. She's your mother. Whatever she's done, you have one parent left, Robb. I'd give a dragon to be able to say the same. Robb went to her. What passed between them, Jon never asked. But the king in the north did not jail his mother, and the lords muttered and let it lie, and Jaime Lannister rode on toward the capital with a homely woman at his side and a debt to a dragon he did not yet know he owed, and the pieces of the last battle slid, one by one, into the places Jon needed them. Far to the south, on the deck of a ship that smelled of salt and burning, a woman in red read the same future in a brazier, and did not like Jon Snow's place in it at all. There is another, Melisandre of Asshai said to the stern, hard king who had murdered his brother to wear a crown and told himself it was duty. I have seen him in the flames since the comet, a second fire in the north where there should be only ice. I took it for a false dawn, a glamour sent to deceive me. It is not false. It is a dragon, 3 dragons, and a man who walked into the dark places of the earth and woke them, born again amidst smoke and salt under the bleeding star, exactly as the prophecy says Azor Ahai will be born. Her ruby caught the brazier and threw it back like a wound. I have told you that you are the prince that was promised, Stannis Baratheon. I believed it. I may have been wrong. Stannis Baratheon ground his teeth, which was the only music he made. You may have been wrong. Arlor shows me truths. I am the one who reads them, and readers err. The flames showed me a champion against the dark, and I looked at a king with a claim and assumed the champion must be the king. Perhaps. Or perhaps the champion is a bastard with dragons who has no interest in your throne at all, and the Lord of Light has been telling me the whole time that the war that matters is not yours. She turned from the fire. It changes nothing tonight. Tonight you are still the man with the better claim and the fleet and the will, and the boy with the dragons is 1,000 leagues away breaking Tywin Lannister in the west, which serves you, because a broken Tywin is a King's Landing ripe to fall. Take the city. Take the throne. We will learn afterward whether the dragon kneels to the chosen king, or whether I have spent my faith on the wrong man and the chosen one is even now flying toward the same gate you are sailing to. And if he is, Stannis said, if your God's chosen champion and my crown both turn up at the same gate, what then, woman? And Melisandre said, looking into a fire only she could read, The Lord of Light will choose between you as he chooses all things, with fire. And one of you will be ash, and the realm will call it the will of the gods, because that is what the realm calls whatever is left standing. She smiled, and it was the worst thing on that cold deck. Pray it is you, my king. The boy has dragons, you have me. We will see which fire burns hotter at the Blackwater. In King's Landing they were not praying. They were digging. Cersei Lannister had read enough by now to be done with disbelief. She had her father's first ravens from the Westerlands, the broken host, the old lion himself coming home defeated, a thing that had never once happened in living memory, and she had the reports from every holdfast between the capital and the hills, and she had stopped telling herself the dragon was a Stark trick or a singer's lie. The dragon was coming. The dragon had broken her father, who had never been broken, and the dragon would be at her gates before the spring. And Cersei Lannister had decided, in the deep, cold animal place where she did her truest thinking, that if the city was going to fall to a dragon, it would fall to a dragon that found nothing left worth the taking. "How many jars?" she asked the leader of the Alchemists' Guild, in a vaulted cellar that glowed a sick and lovely green. The pyromancer's hands shook with the eagerness of being needed. "We have located near 300 of the old caches, your grace, from the time of the late King Aerys, may the Father judge him. Wildfire ages well, it grows more potent if anything, and more eager. And we have produced near 500 more since you gave the word. 800 jars, your grace, placed as you instructed, beneath the mud gate, beneath the September along the river, beneath the dragon pit where the beast may think to roost." He smiled the wet smile of his order. "Let the dragon come. Let it breathe its fire on a city already full of ours. Fire calls to fire, your grace. We will give the Stark boy a field of fire he will never forget, and if the city burns with it, well, a queen who cannot hold a thing may at least deny it to the one who takes it from her." Tyrion found her there later, when the pyromancer had gone, and he looked at the green glow on his sister's face and understood, with the clarity that wine and a lifetime of watching her had given him, exactly what she meant to do. "You are going to do to King's Landing," Tyrion said slowly, "the precise thing the Mad King meant to do, that our brother put a sword in Aerys's back to prevent. You have become the wildfire plot. You understand that. The thing that made Jaime the most hated man in the realm, you are about to make policy." "Aerys was mad," Cersei said. "I am a mother whose children are in this city and a dragon is coming for them. There is a difference." "There is not," said Tyrion, "and the fact that you cannot see it is the most frightening thing I have witnessed in a frightening life. The dragon boy keeps a list of every soul he kills, sister, even the enemy. So that the weight of it will keep him human. And you are stacking 800 jars of wildfire under a city of 500,000 of your own people, so that if you lose, no one wins. One of you is trying not to become the Mad King. The other is volunteering for the post. I had thought of the two of you that the one with the dragons was the danger." He set down his cup, untouched, which from Tyrion was an act of mourning. "Father will stop this. Father is coming, and even Father will balk at lighting his own grandchildren's funeral." But he did not believe it, even as he said it, because he had seen his sister's face in the green light, and there is no counsel in the world that reaches a person who has decided that if they cannot have a thing, no one shall. In a high room of the Red Keep, the girl the war was partly being fought over sat very still, and practiced the thing she had become expert at, which was not being there. Sansa Stark had learned the trick of it on the day they made her look at her father's head on the spike above the mud gate, Joffrey's hand light and proud on her shoulder, his voice in her ear explaining that he might show her Septa Morden's head too, on the next spike along, if she was good. She had not wept. Weeping was a thing they could take from you and use. She had looked at the dark shape that had been the kindest man she knew, and she had gone somewhere behind her own eyes where the king's voice could not reach, and she had stayed there more and more in the months since. It was a kind of dying a girl could do in small amounts and survive. They had stopped beating her lately. That was the part she did not trust. When Joffrey was pleased, he would have Sir Meryn or Sir Barrows do it for him, in the throne room, for sport. A few strokes where the gown would hide the marks, and she had stood and taken it and thanked him after, because Sansa had learned what the dragon would have to learn the hard way. That survival is a long string of small swallowed humiliations, and that the people who live through such places are not always the brave ones, but the ones who can make themselves small and bear it. For a fortnight now, though, Joffrey had not touched her and Cersei had begun to speak to her almost kindly, and the Kingsguard had grown careful around her. And Sansa, who was not the simple girl the court took her for, had understood that something had unsettled them, and that an unsettled captor is a more dangerous thing than a cruel one, never a safer. She knew the rumor. The maids could not keep from whispering it even after the queen had them whipped for it. A dragon in the west. 3 dragons. The bastard of Winterfell, Jon, her half-brother who was apparently not her brother and not a bastard at all, riding out of the snow on a black dragon to pull the lions down. She did not let herself believe it. Belief was one more thing they could take and turn against you. She had believed in knights and songs once, and a knight with the king's own gold cloak had thrown her father's head into a basket while the crowd cheered. So she folded the rumor small, as she folded everything now, and tucked it into the deep place behind her eyes where she kept the smell of Winterfell snow and the sound of her mother's voice and lady, her direwolf, dead on the King's Road for a prince's bad temper. She did not hope. Hope was a luxury for people who were not standing in a red keep above 800 jars of a green fire. No one had thought to mention to the girl who would burn with the rest. But she took the rumor out sometimes in the dark and held it and put it back. It was enough to hold. It was very nearly enough to live on. They marched on King's Landing in the last gray weeks of the failing winter, the host of the north and the riverlands under a crowned direwolf, and 3 dragons grown vast as the worst of the old songs, and the whole burning question of the realm marched with them. Who was the dragon, conqueror or avenger, the better monster or the mad king reborn, the prince that was promised or the price the realm would pay for hoping? Jon rode at the head of it and felt all of it at his back, the trust and the unease and the lists in his own hand, his brother's faith and Karstark's held sword, Aemon's warning and James' counsel, and a woman kneeling in the ash of Lannisport. Behind him stretched 40,000 men who had followed a dragon 1,000 leagues on the strength of a dead lord's name, and somewhere off the southern coast a stern king, and a red witch beat toward the same gate with a god's certainty and a fleet, and the realm held its breath to learn which fire would reach the Blackwater first. Ahead of him, past the hills, past the river, a city waited. A golden child sat a stolen chair in it, and a hard old lion paced a box he could no longer fully command, and a homely woman walked a battered Kingslayer home along its roads, and a girl who had taught herself not to hope held a rumor in the dark like a coal. Under all of them, under the sept and the streets and the sleeping small folk, 800 jars of a patient green fire waited for an excuse. Jon Snow understood that everything he had become since the wall had been only the road to this, and that the hardest part of the whole war was not going to be taking the city. It was going to be what he chose to leave standing once it was his. Chapter 6. In Chapter 7. The road to King's Landing, the city, came into view on a morning the color of dirty wool, and Jon saw at once that Tywin Lannister had spent his weeks behind the walls as profitably as Jon had spent his in the field. King's Landing sprawled on its 3 hills above the mouth of the Blackwater Rush, 500,000 souls behind walls that had not been built to stop a dragon and had been hastily, cleverly adapted to try. From 2,000 feet Jon read the adaptations, the way the Blackfish had taught him to read a battlefield. The new timber platforms jutting from the wall walks, each crowned with the dark angular shape of a scorpion. The cleared killing ground inside the gates where a dragon that breached would land among prepared men and not panicked ones. The great iron chain, thick as a man's waist, that ran now from a winch tower on the city side across the whole mouth of the Blackwater to a fortified spur on the southern bank, raised and ready to seal the river the moment it was wanted. The old lion had built a box, exactly as Jon had wished him to. He had simply built a far better box than Jon had bargained for, and filled it with surprises. And Jon, circling high and out of the scorpion's reach, understood that he had pushed the cleverest man in Westeros into a corner, and that a cornered Tywin Lannister was not a beaten one. He was a concentrated one. He took Vorgar down on a single probing pass, high enough that he judged the scorpions could not reach, low enough to make them try, because a commander learns the range of a new weapon by spending something cheap to measure it. They tried. A dozen iron arms loosed as one, and a dozen bolts as long as a man came up out of the city faster than anything that size had a right to move, and one of them passed close enough that Jon felt the wind of it part the air a wingspan below Vorgar's belly. He marked the height it had reached, and the time the crews took to crank and loose again, and he climbed out of range and did the sums, and the sums were not good. The scorpions reached higher than the histories had promised. Tywin had improved them. Of course he had. The man improved everything he was given long enough to study. We cannot fly low over those walls, Jon told the council that night in the command tent with the Blackfish and Robb and the Great Jon and the rest. Not yet. The fire only does its real work below the height those bolts reach, and below that height they will kill a dragon given a morning and enough loosings. So we do not fly low over those walls. We make Tywin spend his surprises on someone else first. Someone else, Robb said. Stannis, said the Blackfish, who had seen it too. The ravens have him a day out, beating up the coast with his whole fleet and his fire witch, meaning to force the river mouth and land his host under the walls. He does not know about the chain. He does not know what we are only now guessing about those platforms. He is going to sail his certainty straight into Tywin's box a day before we are ready to, and Tywin is going to spend his cleverest surprise breaking him. Jon looked around the tent, and we are going to let him. It was not a kind plan. Aemon's voice in him noted that. But Jon had buried the kindness somewhere on the road south, in the ash of Lannisport in the lists, and what was left was a man who had learned that the most expensive thing a commander can buy is the lesson of a new weapon, and that it is always cheaper to let an enemy pay for it than to pay yourself. Inside the city, in the Tower of the Hand, Tywin Lannister read the same horizon and made the same calculation from the other side of it. 2 armies, he said to his son, who he had named Hand because the realm needed a hand seen to be working, and Tyrion was, infuriatingly, the only Lannister in the city competent to do the work. Stannis by sea, the dragon by land, and they are not allies. That is the single thread we have to pull. 2 kings who both want this throne, arriving at the same gate within a day of each other. If they were allies, we would already be dead. They are not. Each of them wants the other to bleed first on our walls, and each of them is correct to want it, and we are going to give them both exactly what they want, which is the other one bleeding. Stannis first, Tyrion said. He had spread his own preparations across the table, and his were not his father's. He is the impatient one in his joyless way. He has spent his whole life being told the throne is his by right and watching lesser men sit it, and he will not wait politely behind a dragon. He will come tonight or tomorrow, up the river in the dark, trusting his fleet. And when he is in the river, past the point of turning, we raise the chain behind him. Tyrion's stub of a finger touched the winch tower on the map. And then we give the river the thing your daughter has been so busy burying under the rest of the city. Father and son looked at each other across the map, and across the thing that lay unspoken between them, which was that one of them had built a careful trap for an enemy fleet, and the other had buried 800 jars of the same green fire under the homes of 500,000 of their own people, and that they were no longer quite fighting the same war. The river, Tywin said. The river only. You will use the wildfire on Stannis' fleet in the river, where it does its work and is contained by the water, and you will use no more of it than the river requires. Is that clear, Tyrion? Clearer to me than to your daughter, I suspect. She has 800 jars and a conviction that a city she cannot hold is a city no one should have. Tyrion gathered his maps. I will burn Stannis in the river, father, because Stannis in the river is an enemy fleet, and burning enemy fleets is war. But I will tell you the thing you already know and will not say. The dragon is the lesser danger in this city now. The greater one is wearing a crown and calls you father and has decided that if she loses, no one wins. You broke a kingdom to make our house great. Watch our house in the next 3 days break it the rest of the way for spite and call it love. He went to the door. I will go and arrange to win the battle. Someone should. Try to keep your grandson off the walls. The king has been telling the gold cloaks he means to lead the defense personally, which will go exactly as well as everything else he has personally led. Stannis Baratheon came in the dark of the next night, as Tyrion had said he would, and Sir Davos Seaworth, who had begged him to wait for the dragon to commit first and been overruled because Stannis Baratheon was never overruled, stood on the deck of the Black Betha and watched the city's lights, and felt the river narrow around the fleet like a throat closing. Davos was a smuggler's son who had risen as high as an honest man can rise beside a humorless king, and he had a smuggler's nose for a trap, and the nose was screaming. The river was too quiet. The walls were too dark. There should have been ships out to meet them, and there were none. And the great fleet of Stannis Baratheon, 300 sail, the pride of the narrow sea, sailed unopposed and unhindered into the mouth of the Blackwater rush in the black of the night, which is precisely what a fleet does when it is sailing into a thing that has been left open on purpose. He heard the chain before he understood it. A great groaning of iron and the shriek of a winch the size of a house, somewhere astern behind them, where the river met the bay, and he turned and could not see it in the dark, but he knew, the way you know the floor is gone in a dream, that the way out had just closed. Then the water caught fire. Davos Seaworth would try, for the rest of his life, to describe it to men who had not been there, and he would always fail, because the thing had no honest comparison in the world of men. A single fireship came drifting down on the current into the heart of the packed fleet ablaze, and the burning was the wrong color, green, a green that had nothing to do with the green of leaves or the sea, a green that was the color a corpse light might be if corpses dreamed of hell, and where the fireship touched the river itself took the flame, because the alchemists had been pouring their jars into the current upstream for an hour. And the Blackwater rush turned in an instant from a road into a sheet of green hellfire from bank to bank, and 300 ships and the men aboard them were suddenly inside it, behind a chain, with nowhere in the whole world to go. The wildfire did not burn like fire, it clung. It ran up wet rope and across wet decks and over the surface of the water itself, and it could not be smothered or drowned. And men who leapt into the river to escape the fire on their ships found the river was the fire. And the sound of it, Davos thought, the sound of 300 ships and the better part of 20,000 men learning all at once that the water was burning, was a sound he would carry into whatever afterlife an unbeliever was given. The Black Betha came apart beneath him. The world became green light and black water and the screaming, and Davos Seaworth, who had 4 sons on 4 ships in that river and would by morning have one, was thrown into the burning dark and went under. He came up once. The river was a ceiling of green flame above the black water, and the heat of it pressed the air flat, and all around him in the dark men were burning who could not stop burning, men he had eaten with and gambled with and smuggled with in the days before a humorless king made an honest man of him. He saw the wreck of the ship that had carried his eldest go down in a sheet of jade light. He saw the chain holding fast across the river mouth, a black iron line under the burning sealing them all in. And he saw, last of all, above the untouched city on its hills, 3 vast shadows that were not smoke, wheeling high over the slaughter, neither sailing in to finish it nor turning away from it, watching the river burn with a patience that belonged to no king at all. Then the current took him, and the dark took him, and Sir Davos Seaworth, against every reasonable expectation, did not die. Jon watched Stannis Baratheon's fleet die in green fire from 2,000 feet, and he made himself watch, and it was the hardest watching he had yet done, because it was the very thing he had ridden south swearing never to become, performed by other hands, at the scale he knew the dragons could match, and he understood as he watched that the difference between himself and the men who had built that trap was not a difference of power. It was only a difference of restraint, and restraint is a thing that can fail in half a second, and he had felt his fail once already over Lannisport. But the burning of the river was also Tywin's mistake, and Jon, cold above it, saw the mistake and took it. The chain was raised. The river was a wall of fire that would burn itself out by dawn but burned now between the city and the bay, which meant that for this one night the southern approach to the walls was undefended by anything but the Scorpions, because every soldier in King's Landing was watching the river or manning the gates against Stannis' broken host, trying to land through the flames. The Tyrell army that the Ravens swore was coming had not yet come. For a few hours before the dawn and before the reach, there was a gap, and Jon had spent his whole campaign teaching himself to fly through gaps. He took the dragons in, not low. He had learned that lesson. He brought them across the northern walls at the very edge of the Scorpions' reach, 3 great shadows against the green-lit clouds, and he put fire down onto the gatehouses and the platforms, onto the Scorpion crews who were turned the wrong way, watching the river. And for a quarter-hour it worked. It worked the way the whole war had worked, the fire finding the weapons built to kill the fire, and Jon let himself believe for a quarter-hour that the city might fall tonight and the reckoning come with the dawn. Then the Scorpions on the eastern wall, the ones that had not been watching the river, that Tywin had held in reserve precisely against this, loosed all together at the pale shape of Saelyra as she banked across the green sky. Jon felt it through the bond before he saw it. A bolt took her through the wing, and another through the long muscle of her neck, and the pale she-dragon who had screamed defiance at the dark of a cave on the night she was born folded in the air the way a struck bird folds, and fell, trailing pale smoke and pale blood, down toward the black water and the green fire and the broken ships, and the sound she made coming down went through Jon like the bolt had gone through her. And for one moment the thing in him that wanted to burn the whole world to save one falling dragon rose up roaring and reached for the city with all its hunger. See their face. Let the shame be faster than the fire. Jon saw his brother's face. He saw Aemon's milky eyes. He saw a woman kneeling in the ash of Lannisport, and a Septon's tired judgment, and a list in his own hand, and he did not burn the city. He broke off, screaming the old word into the bond, and he sent Vorgar and Calder down not onto the walls but under the falling shape of Saelyra, and Vorgar caught her, half caught her, broke her fall against his own black bulk so that she came down into the shallows of the bank instead of the deep of the burning river, and the three of them crashed into the mud below the walls in a tangle of wing and smoke while the scorpions cranked for another loosing. He got them out. He never afterward remembered how. Only the weight of it, the dragging, Vorgar half carrying his pale sister low along the dark bank with bolts coming down around them, and Jon flat against the black neck willing them up out of range into the dark, away. He got 2 dragons and a third that was bleeding badly out over the river and back to his own lines, as the first Tyrell outriders appeared on the southern road in the gray before dawn. 10,000 fresh horse under a golden rose, come to relieve the city Jon had so nearly taken. And the gap closed, and the chance was gone, and Jon Snow came down in his own camp in the dawn with a wounded dragon and a clear, cold understanding that he had just lost the first battle of his war. His outriders found Davos seaworth on the river's edge the next morning, 3 leagues downstream, blue with cold and half-drowned, and clinging to a spar of the wreck that had killed his son. And because he wore no badge and begged no mercy, they did not cut his throat but brought him to the camp. And because he said, through cracked lips, that he had been the hand of one king and would speak only to the one with the dragons, they brought him at last to Jon. Jon gave him a fire and dry wool and a cup of hot wine and let him drink it, and waited, the way the blackfish had taught him a silence could do work, until the old smuggler was ready. "You let it happen," Davos said at last. His voice was a ruin. "You were up there, I saw you, 3 of you over the river while my king's whole fleet burned in green fire. You could have come down. You could have done something." "I could have," Jon said. "I let Stannis pay to teach me what was waiting in that river because it was cheaper than learning it myself. I will not insult a man who lost sons last night by pretending otherwise. You came up the river certain, Sir Davos, the way certain men do, and certainty is the thing Tywin Lannister fishes with. I was not going to take his hook a day before I had to." Davos looked at him a long while, an honest man taking the measure of a powerful one, which is the oldest and most dangerous appraisal in the world. "That," he said finally, "is either the coldest thing I ever heard a young man say, or the first true one I have heard since I left Dragonstone. I cannot yet tell which. My king would have done the same to you, mind, and called it the will of his red god and not lost a wink. At least you call it what it is. He drank. You want to know about the fire. I can see it in you. You suspect there is more of it than the river. 800 jars, I think, under the city. More, maybe." Davos set down the cup. "I smuggled for 30 years before Stannis took my fingers and made me a knight. I know how much of a thing a city can hide, and I know the look of a queen who has decided to lose grandly rather than survive small. You take that city, dragon, and you take it fast, before she has cause to think it lost, or you will not take a city at all. You will take a crater." He leaned toward the fire. "And here is the thing the Red Woman would not want me to tell you, because she has begun to think you are the champion her god promised and not my king, and it gnaws at her. There are 500,000 people behind those walls who never heard your father's name. Bakers, whores, children. They did not put Joffrey on that chair, and they cannot take him off it. Whatever you are, prince or pretender or the song itself, the only question that has ever mattered about a man with power is the one nobody important ever asks him. What will you do with the people who are simply in the way?" He sat back. "Stannis would burn them for his right. The queen will burn them for her spite. I have served the first and I have seen the second, and I washed up on your shore this morning with 1 son left out of 4, and I find I have just enough honest breath remaining to ask the dragon, while he still has a choice, to be a third kind of thing. That is all. You can hang me now or feed me as you like. I have said my piece." Jon looked at the old smuggler a long moment and at the river of green fire still smoking behind him in the dawn. "Eat," Jon said, "and then stay if you'll stay. I have a great many men who will tell me I am the song the world has been waiting for. I find I have very few who will ask me what I mean to do with the people in the way." He almost smiled and did not. "My father had a man like you once. A fat coward at the wall who told me the truth when it cost him to. I have been short of the kind ever since. The job is open, Sir Davos, if losing 4 sons to my patience has not made it impossible for you to take it." Davos Seaworth 8. Selira did not die, though it was a near thing, and the not dying took 3 days and most of what Jon had. She lay in a field outside the camp, too large to shelter, the bolt wounds packed with hot pitch and prayer, and she would not eat, and she screamed in the nights in a way that emptied the camp around her, and Jon did not leave her. He sat in the mud against her wounded flank through 3 nights, while the army that had followed him, 1,000 leagues, watched their dragon prince keep vigil over a dragon, and learned something about him in the watching that he had not meant to teach, but did not regret teaching. That the dragon they marched behind kept lists of the men he killed, and sat in the cold mud with a wounded beast, and did not, whatever the blood in him, hold any life cheap. Ghost lay against his other side through the worst of it, the wolf and the dragon and the man in a single dark heap below the walls of the city they had come to take. And the men of the host brought him food he did not eat, and blankets he gave to the wounded, and stood their watches a little straighter for the seeing of it. Davos Seaworth sat with him on the 3rd night and said nothing, which Jon found he valued more than any counsel, the company of a man who had buried more sons in one night than Jon had buried fathers, and did not pretend the loss was a thing that could be talked away. Somewhere out in the dark, a maester of the host worked over the bolt wounds with hot pitch and prayer, and somewhere beyond him 80,000 enemies feasted behind stone, and somewhere beyond them a girl held a rumor in a high tower, and Jon sat at the center of all of it with his hand on the slow rise and fall of a wounded dragon's flank, and did the only sum that mattered now, which was how to take a city full of innocents from a queen who would rather burn them than yield them, and have any of them, or himself, left whole at the end of it. The army changed in those 3 days, and Jon felt it change the way a man feels weather coming in an old wound. They had followed a wonder out of the north, a dragon prince who could not be hurt, riding things that could not be killed. Now they had watched one of those things fall out of the sky with bolts in it and cry in the night like any dying creature, and they had watched their dragon prince sit in the mud and not eat and not sleep, and keep a wounded beast company like a boy with a sick hound, and the wonder had become a better thing than a wonder, which was a man they had decided to follow on purpose, eyes open, knowing now that following him could get them killed, and that he knew it and counted it. An army that follows a god marches until the god fails and then it runs. An army that follows a man who counts the cost will hold a broken wall in the dark, and Jon was going to need exactly that army at the gates of King's Landing. He understood, sitting in the mud against a wounded dragon's flank, that the worst night of his war had quietly bought him the one thing that might let him survive the next one. Davos Seaworth, who had washed up on his shore with 1 son left of 4 and appointed himself the conscience of the enterprise, sat the 3rd night through with him and said, near dawn, "They will tell this part wrong in the songs. They will say the dragon prince wept over his beast. They will leave out that you spent the night teaching 40,000 men how a lord behaves when the wonder runs out. That is the part worth telling, and the part no one ever believes until they have seen it with their own eyes." Jon said nothing, because there was nothing to add that the old smuggler had not already said better, which was becoming a habit between them, and a welcome one. Robb found him there on the 3rd night when the worst had passed, when the pale she-dragon had finally taken food from Jon's hand and slept without screaming. "The Tyrells have thrown in fully with the lions," Robb said, lowering himself into the mud beside his brother. Margaery Tyrell to marry Joffrey. The Reach and the Westerlands and the Crown, all one house now, 80,000 men if you count the levies, and the Red Wine fleet coming up to replace the one Stannis lost in the river. Stannis himself is fled back to Dragonstone with a dozen ships and his witch and not much else. We are alone, Jon. The whole of the South is one army now, behind those walls, and we just learned that those walls can pull a dragon out of the sky. He was quiet a moment. Half the lords want to fall back to the Trident. Karstark says we have done what we came to do, broken Tywin in the field, and that throwing the North's last strength against 80,000 men and a wall of scorpions for the sake of one city and one girl is not vengeance. It is suicide dressed as honor. Robb looked at him. He is not entirely wrong, brother. Tell me why he is wrong. I need to be able to tell them why he is wrong, and I find tonight that I cannot. Jon looked at the pale dragon sleeping against the dark, at the packed wounds, at the proof written in pitch and pale blood that the thing he rode could die. He is wrong because we are not here for the city, Jon said. We never were. We are here for 4 men and a girl, and the 4 men and the girl are behind those walls, and they do not become less guilty or less ours to save because Tywin found himself some Tyrells, and he is wrong because of the wildfire. He turned to his brother. I have been thinking on the green fire in the river, Robb, for 3 nights while she screamed. Tywin used it on Stannis in the water where it was contained and stopped there, because Tywin is a cold man but not a mad one. But the alchemists do not make 800 jars to burn one fleet. Cersei is in that city, and Cersei buried the rest of it under the streets. I would stake the dragons on it, the way her father's father meant to once. If we fall back, if we leave them in that box with a beaten cause and a vicious child and a mother who would rather rule a graveyard than lose, sooner or later, win or lose, that fire goes off, and 500,000 people who never heard my father's name burn for the spite of a queen who could not have what she wanted. Jon stood, and the cold dawn was coming up gray behind him. We are the only thing in the world that can take that city fast enough to stop it. That is the answer for Karstark. We are not staying for vengeance anymore. We are staying because we are the only ones who can keep King's Landing from becoming the largest pyre in the history of the world, and because a Targaryen who flies away and lets that happen is exactly the Targaryen they are all so afraid I am. He looked down at his brother. Tell them that. Tell them the dragon stayed to put out a fire, not to set one. And then help me work out how a man takes a city built to kill dragons, without becoming the reason it was right to build them. Chapter 7 in Chapter 8, Blackwater. Jon took the city on the 7th day after the river burned, and the taking of it cost him a dragon, a measure of his soul, and the last comfortable lie he had been telling himself, which was that a man can carry fire and stay clean. The plan was the Blackfish's bones and Jon's blood. 80,000 men held King's Landing, behind walls grown teeth, with a queen beneath them who would sooner make a pyre of the place than lose it. A slow siege was death. It gave Cersei Lannister all the time in the world to decide the city was lost and light the green fire under it. So there would be no slow siege. There would be one assault, everything at once, fast and total, designed to put Jon inside the Red Keep with his hand on the throats of the people who could give the order before any of them concluded that the giving of it was their last move left. Speed is the whole of it, Jon told the captains in the gray before the dawn. We do not reduce the city. We do not starve it. We crack it open in a single morning and we go straight for the heart, because the moment they believe they have truly lost, the city dies whether we are in it or not. Robb takes the host against the gate of the gods and the Lion Gate, and he makes the Tyrells believe that is the battle, the whole battle, 80,000 against 40,000 the honest way, shield to shield. While they are looking at my brother, the dragons take the river wall, the mud gate, the weak seam, and we are not subtle about it, because subtlety is slow and slow is a city in ash. He looked at them, the great Jon and Stark and the Blackfish and his brother and an old smuggler who had appointed himself the conscience of the enterprise. 2 dragons go for the scorpions. 1 dragon, mine, goes for the gate. We will lose for this. Set your hearts to it now, so it does not break you in the hour. We will pay a price this morning that the songs will leave out. Pay it with your eyes open. That is the only way I know to pay anything. Robb Stark hit the landward gates at first light with 30,000 men and a direwolf the size of a pony, and he hit them loud, because his whole task that morning was to be impossible to ignore. The king in the north had never had a dragon. He had a thing the dragon could not give. The trust of hard men who had followed his father and now followed him, and the cold gift, inherited from a dead lord, of standing exactly where the killing was worst and never seeming to notice. He brought the host against the gate of the gods in the gray, drums and horns and 40,000 throats, and when the Tyrell knights sallied to break the assault before it could set its ladders, as Jon had wagered they would, Robb met the charge of the Reach's chivalry not with a wall of spears alone, but with gray wind loose among the horses and a dragon's shadow passing low overhead at the worst possible moment. And the flower of the Reach learned that a warhorse will not charge a thing that smells of dragon. However brave the knight on its back, it was butcher's work, and Robb did it like a butcher's son, which his father, in a manner of speaking, had raised him to be able to be. The 2 hosts ground together on the cleared ground before the walls, shield to shield, and the line bowed and held and bowed and held, and men died in their thousands for a gate that was never the true target. The cruel genius of it, the one Jon had drawn in chalk before dawn, was that the Tyrells could not be allowed to suspect a feint, because a feint that is not pressed home with everything is not a feint at all but a tell. So Robb pressed it home with everything, with his own life out in the front of it under the crowned wolf banner, 30,000 men spending themselves to convince 80,000 that the whole war was here, at the honest landward gates, while half a mile away 3 dragons fell on the river wall, and the true blow went in through the seam. Robb took a Tyrell lance through the shoulder and kept his saddle. He watched men he had known since boyhood die on the cobbles for a lie he was telling with his body. He held the feint together by the sheer weight of being seen to bleed at the head of it. And when at last the word ran down the line that the mud gate had fallen, and a dragon was loose in the city, and the Tyrell sally lost its heart at the rumor and pulled back toward the walls, Robb Stark did not cheer. He looked at the long windrows his diversion had cost, the dead who had died selling a story, and he understood, the way his brother had been understanding it all the long winter, the true price of being clever with other men's lives. He had begun, of late, to keep a list of his own, in his own hand, in quiet imitation of a brother he would have died for, and that morning very nearly had. The scorpions killed Calder in the first hour, and they killed him the way Tywin Lannister had always meant a dragon to be killed, by being patient and unafraid, and willing to die in rows to do it. Jon had sent the green dragon and the pale one, Lyra flying wounded and game beside her heavier brother, against the scorpion platforms of the eastern wall, because the scorpions had to die before the gate could be taken, and there was no taking them from a safe height. It had to be done low in the teeth of them, the dragons diving onto the platforms faster than the crews could track and burning them off the wall one by one, and the crews knew their business, and they had practiced for exactly this, and they did not run. They loosed and reloaded and loosed and died at their posts, and took their toll as they died. Calder was the heaviest of the 3 and the slowest, and he had been slow to wake of a morning since the cave, and he was a half-beat slow pulling out of the dive on the 3rd platform, and 3 bolts found him at once in the chest, the wing root, the throat. The green dragon did not fall like his pale sister had fallen gracefully, struck. He came apart in the air, the great wings losing their shape, and he went down into the streets below the eastern wall with a sound that stopped the fighting on both sides for the length of 3 heartbeats, friend and foe alike, because there are sounds the world is not built to make, and the death cry of a dragon is one of them. He struck a row of houses in a square and did not rise, and the fire that had lived in him went out of him into the timbers where he fell. And Jon, half a mile away over the mud gate, felt the bond tear loose in his chest the way a tooth tears loose from the jaw, root and all, and for a moment he was blind. The histories would record that a dragon died at King's Landing, and call it a marvel, the first dragon to die in Westeros in 150 years, killed by the hand of man as the Meisters had always insisted dragons could be. They would not record what it was on the inside of the bond, the sudden silence where a voice had been, the cold draft through a door that had stood open since a cave under the world. 3 had walked out of that cave drying their wings on a man's body. Now there were 2, and the one who had named them carried the arithmetic of it up into the smoke and did not let himself fall out of the sky after the falling thing, because there were 40,000 living men depending on him to keep his seat, and the dead, he had learned, do not become less dead for the living joining them. He had named the green dragon in a cave under the world, on the night a spearwife bought him with her life. Calder, the bronze, the slow one, the heavy one, the one that settled against his boots on the first night like a forge breathing. The list the Blackfish kept for him had a great many names on it now. It had never had this one. Jon added it later in his own hand, and it was the only name on any of his lists that he could not make himself read twice. But he did not break, and he did not turn the fire on the city in his loss, though the thing in him screamed too, though for one moment over the mud gate the whole green and gold sprawl of King's Landing was a single breath away from becoming the largest field of fire in the history of the world. He saw his brother's face. He saw the old smugglers. He saw a dead dragon in a square full of people who had not killed it. And he turned that breath, the one that wanted to end the world, onto the mud gate alone, the old timber seam, and the gate that had stood since Meagher's day went up in a single column of blackened bronze fire that Jon poured with the whole of his loss behind it, and not 1 inch of it spread to either side, because he had spent a winter learning to aim a thing that did not want to be aimed. And he would be damned in every hell there was before he let Calder's death be the excuse the dragon had been waiting for. The mud gate fell. Jon came down through the smoke of it onto the rubble with Vorgar at his back and Ghost a white storm at his side, and the host poured in behind him, and the battle for King's Landing became a thing of streets. Inside the Red Keep, Cersei Lannister heard that the mud gate had fallen and a dragon was in the city, and she sent for the pyromancer, and she gave the order her father had forbidden. "Light them," she said, "all of them. The mud gate first, where the dragon is, and then the rest, the whole of it, every cache. If I cannot hold this city, the Stark bastard will not have it. Let him be king of ashes. Let him sit his precious throne in a graveyard and rule the dead. Light them." The pyromancer ran to do it, glowing with the zeal of his terrible craft, and he got as far as the cellars beneath the Tower of the Hand, where the largest cache waited, 80 jars of jade death packed around the foundations of the keep. And there he found Jaime Lannister waiting for him in the dark, dirty from the road and the cells and the climb, with a sword in his one good hand and his sister's death warrant for 500,000 people in his eyes. "Kingslayer," the pyromancer said, smiling, certain, because he had the queen's word and the Kingslayer was a traitor twice over. "Stand aside. The queen commands the city's salvation." "The queen," James said, "commands the city's murder, and I have heard this song before in this very keep 16 years ago from a madder voice than hers, and I broke an oath and put a sword through it then, and they have called me Kingslayer ever since. He came forward in the green-lit dark. I have spent 16 years learning to live with one name no man should have to wear. I find I have just enough room in me for a second. Sister Slayer, perhaps. Or Pyromancer Slayer, which has a cleaner ring. Light a single jar, little man, and find out which. The Pyromancer reached for his torch. Because he was a true believer, and true believers do not stand aside. And Jaime Lannister did the second most honorable thing he ever did. And the jars stayed dark. And the cellars beneath the Tower of the Hand did not bloom, and the city did not become a star. He killed the Pyromancer in the green dark. Quickly, the way a man kills a thing he is ashamed to have to kill. And then he went through the cellars with a torch he dared not set near the jars. And a homely great woman named Brienne who had sworn to keep him and would not leave him even here. The two of them dousing fuses and dragging jars apart with their bare hands while the city shook above them, racing a queen's command through the foundations of a keep that wanted to become a star. He could not reach them all. There were caches he never found, under the great sept and the dragon pit, that would smolder unlit for years and be a danger to the city for a generation. And one of them would, in a time long after this tale, find its excuse at last. But the great one, the keep, the heart, the 80 jars packed around the foundations beneath half the court and all the royal family, those he reached, because a man the world called Kingslayer had learned, 16 years ago, exactly where a mad ruler hides the fire, and had spent every one of those years promising himself that if it ever came again he would be faster. But the great one, the keep, the heart, stayed dark, because a man the world called Kingslayer stood in a cellar in the dark and refused, a second time, to let a Lannister he had sworn to obey burn the world to spite a loss. Jon never knew the half of it. That was the shape of Jaime Lannister's whole life, to do the one thing that mattered in a room with no witnesses and be hated in the daylight for all the rest. The streets were the worst of it, and Jon had known they would be, and knowing did not help. A dragon is a weapon of fields and walls and fleets, of open killing grounds where fire can find a mass of men, and the small folk are somewhere else. A city is the opposite of all that. A city is 500,000 people in the way, exactly as Davos Seaworth had said, and Jon could not use Vorgar in the streets, not without burning the very people he had told Karstark he had stayed to save. And so he did the thing he had sworn his whole campaign to do if it ever came to it, which was to get down off the dragon and fight as a man. He sent Vorgar up high, to circle and to keep the last of the scorpions honest, and to be a shadow over the city that meant the war was lost. And he went into the streets of kings landing on his own 2 feet, with his father's lessons in his hands and a white wolf at his side and the host of the north behind him. And he fought his way up the hill toward the red keep the hard way, the human way, the way without a dragon, and it was the proudest and most terrible thing he did in the whole of that war. Because it was the thing that proved he had meant all of it. It was not clean. There is no clean version. The Tyrell Knights fought for their new in-laws and died for them, and the gold cloaks fought for the city and died for it, and men of the north died on the cobbles 1,000 leagues from home, and Jon killed his share with a sword like an ordinary man, and felt every one of them in a way he had stopped feeling the ones the dragon took. Because the dragon's dead were a number and these were faces, close enough to smell. And he understood as he climbed the bloody hill that this was the honest exchange rate of vengeance, and that he had been letting the dragon hide it from him for a year. A sword makes a man pay attention. He paid. He fought up through the Flea Bottom and the Street of Steel and the Hook, through alleys where the poor of King's Landing crouched in their hovels, and watched 2 sets of armed men decide their morning. And he gave the order again and again that no man of his was to touch a house that did not loose a bolt at him first. And he hanged one of his own in the middle of it, in the middle of a battle, a Frey man who had stopped to force a door, because a rule that is not enforced in the worst hour is not a rule but a decoration. The host grumbled and obeyed and climbed the hill behind him, and the small folk watched a conqueror hang his own soldier for their sake in the middle of taking their city. And that, too, became a story. And the stories were the only walls Jon had ever truly trusted. The worst of it came at the foot of the hill, where the Tyrell rearguard made a stand in a square, and the press packed so tight that a dragon overhead was useless, and a sword was the only argument left in the world. Jon fought in the crush with Ghost beside him and the Great Jon roaring somewhere off to his left, and he lost men he knew by name, men who had followed him from Last Hearth and the Neck and the long road south, and each of them cost him in a currency the dragon had been letting him avoid. Up high, the fire made the dying into a number. Down here it had a face and a name, and a hand that gripped his wrist as it went out. He killed a Tyrell knight who could not have been older than himself, and a gold cloak who begged, and a man whose face he never once saw, and he climbed the hill on the far side of all of it, understanding, in his body and not only his head, the lie at the heart of every song he had been told as a boy. There was no glory in the square. There was only the work and the cost of the work and the thin, cold thread of purpose that made a man keep paying it. A girl in a tower, a father unavenged, a city that would burn if he faltered. He did not falter. By the time he reached the gates of the Red Keep, the dragon high and patient above him and the wolf bloody at his side, the host that had climbed the hill behind him was a smaller thing than the host that started up it, and Jon decided that he would carry the difference himself, every name of it, as he carried Calder in his own hand on his own list, because a commander who spends men and cannot feel the spending is the most dangerous fool alive. And he had sworn at the Golden Tooth that he would never become that fool, and a city falling around his ears was a poor reason to start breaking the oaths he had paid so much to keep. He came to the gates of the Red Keep at the head of men who would follow him into any hell he chose, and the gates were shut, and on the walls above them the last defenders of House Lannister made their last stand, and at the center of them, in golden armor, unbowed, gray and cold and entirely himself, stood Tywin Lannister, who had not fled, because a lion does not flee its own den. They let Jon up onto the wall alone under a peace banner, because Tywin Lannister wished to speak before he died, and Jon wished to hear it, and both of them knew how it would end. "You fought it well," Tywin said. "No greeting. The old lion did not waste words on men he was about to be killed by. Better than I credited. You let my cousin's army break itself. You let Stannis pay to teach you the river. You broke my host one mouthful at a time instead of giving me the one battle I could win. You got down off the dragon to take my keep, which I confess I did not expect, and which has cost you 1,000 men you did not need to spend, and which is the single most valuable thing you have done, because it is the one thing that will make the realm believe you are not your grandfather. You have a head for this. It is a great pity you were born on the wrong side of it." "I was born on my father's side of it," Jon said. "You had him killed." "I did not. Your father was killed by my grandson, against my express command, to impress a mob and a girl, and it has cost my house everything. And if there is a lesson in my life, it is the one your grandfather and my grandson share, which is that the cleverest house in the world cannot survive one fool with a crown and no leash." Tywin's pale eyes did not waver. "I gave Westeros 40 years of peace and gold and order, and I did terrible things to buy it, and I would do them again, and the realm will spit on my grave and live fat on the foundations I laid, which is the whole history of every man who does what must be done so that lesser men may afford their scruples. You will learn it. You are learning it already. You keep lists. I never needed lists. That is the difference between us, and it is to your credit, and it will not save you from becoming, in the end, a man who did terrible things for a reason he believed in. There is no other kind of ruler. There never has been. There's one kind you never tried, Jon said. The kind who does the terrible thing and lets it cost him. You did terrible things and balanced the books and slept. I'm going to do terrible things and carry every one of them to my grave unbalanced. And maybe that's only vanity. And maybe it's the whole difference between a king and a butcher. And I don't expect to live long enough to know for certain. But I'll take the not knowing over your certainty, Lord Tywin. Your certainty is what's standing on this wall about to die, and it taught a golden child that a head was a thing you could take to impress a crowd, and that is the only legacy of your 40 years that I have met in person, and it took my father's life. For a moment the cleverest man in Westeros looked at the youngest, and something passed over the coin-smooth face that might, in a warmer man, have been respect. "Make it clean," Tywin Lannister said. "Not the fire. I will not be a torch for a mob to cheer at the way they cheered at your father. I have earned a sword, whatever else I have earned." "You have," Jon said, and gave it to him clean, the way his father had taught him on a morning in the snow 100 years ago. The one who passes the sentence swinging the sword, looking into the eyes and hearing the last words. And Tywin Lannister died on the wall of his own grandson's keep without a sound. And the last defense of the lions died with him. And the gates of the Red Keep opened. And the war was, but for the reckoning, won. Jon stood in the yard of the Red Keep as the sun came up over a city he had taken and not burned. And he should have felt something he could name. And he did not. Because the cost of the morning was still being counted, and the worst of the reckoning was still ahead behind the next door, where a golden child waited on a chair of swords. The city had held. That was the thing he made himself hold onto, standing in the bloody yard. Calder was dead, and 1,000 men of the north, and Tyrell knights in gold cloaks and small folk caught in streets they had not chosen, and the lists would be long past any reading. But the city had held. 500,000 people who had never heard his father's name had woken this morning to a conqueror in their streets, and not to the inside of a star, because a wounded man had stood in a cellar in the dark, and a dragon prince had got down off his dragon and fought up a hill the hard way rather than do the easy thing one more time. The wildfire under the keep had stayed dark. The small folk were alive to resent their new master, which was the most a conqueror could honestly hope to leave behind, and more than Stannis would have left, and infinitely more than the Queen had meant to. He walked the yard while the keep was secured, and he made himself look, as he had made himself look at the Golden Tooth and Lannisport, and the field below Oxcross, and every place his fire had touched. There were Lannister dead and Stark dead and Tyrell dead in the yard, and the difference between them here at the end was a matter of cloth. A boy of perhaps 14 lay against the well in a gold cloak too large for him, and Jon stood over him a while, because the boy was the age he himself had been when his father lost his head, and the war that had answered one loss had now manufactured this one. A stranger's son dead in a courtyard for a quarrel. He had been born too late and too poor to have any hand in choosing. Somewhere in the waking city, a woman would learn this morning what came of a son who had been handed a spear and a wall and told to be a man on them. The list would carry his name, if the keep could be made to give it up. The list had stopped being a discipline, a long road back, and become the truest thing Jon owned. The one ledger in all the realm that recorded the price of fire in the only coin that counted, which was names. And he had begun to suspect that the keeping of it was the single thing still standing between himself and the chair he had sworn he would never take. Davos Seaworth came and stood beside him in the dawn and looked at the city that was still there to be looked at, and said nothing for a long while, which was his gift. "You stayed off the dragon," the old smuggler said at last. "In the streets. You could have ended it in an hour from up there, and you came down and bled for it instead. I have served a king who would have burned it from the deck and called it the Lord's will. I did not believe until this morning that there was another kind. He was quiet. There is still the boy on the chair and your sister and the ones who took your father's head. The hard part isn't done, lad. The hard part is the part with the chains on it, where the killing stops being a battle and starts being a choice. I have seen good men fail that part who passed every part before it. I know, Jon said. He looked at the door of the Red Keep, the one that led inward, toward the throne room, toward Joffrey, toward a girl in a high tower, toward the 4 names he had carried 1,000 leagues to judge. The dragon was high above the city, circling, patient, waiting to be used. The wolf stood at his side with blood on its muzzle. And the one between them, who was both and neither, who had ridden out a grieving son and ridden in a conqueror, drew a breath of the smoke and the salt and the dawn, and went to find out whether he was a king or a butcher, in the only room where the question could finally be answered. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9. The Throne of Ash. The throne room of the Red Keep was a long hall built to make a man feel small before the power at the end of it, and Jon Snow walked the length of it with a wolf at his heel and a dragon's shadow crossing the high windows, and felt, for the first time since the cave, that the building had misjudged who ought to feel small. They had cleared the court before him. The lords and ladies and sycophants who had cheered his father's head into a basket had discovered urgent business elsewhere the moment the mud gate fell, and what was left, at the foot of the Iron Throne, was the wreck of a reign. A knot of Kingsguard in white cloaks gone gray with smoke, a fat man in a black and gold cloak Jon knew for Jon O'Slint, a gaunt silent headsman with a great sword on his back, a golden queen with her chin up and her eyes already calculating, and on the throne itself, the chair of 1,000 swords that Aegon had forged in dragonfire, a boy of perhaps 15 in gilded armor, white-knuckled on the armrests, trying to look like a king, and managing only to look like a child who has heard at last. The footsteps on the stair, and to one side, half hidden behind a pillar where a Kingsguard had shoved her, in a gown the color of a bruise, stood a girl Jon had last seen as a child in the snows of Winterfell, who was not a child anymore, who had taught herself a stillness Jon recognized because it was his own. Sansa, Jon said. Her eyes found him and did the thing eyes do when hope, long folded away and sat upon, is suddenly let out into the light. She did not run to him. She had learned what Jon had learned, that you do not show them what you cannot bear to lose, and so she only looked, and the looking said everything, and Jon turned from it before it could undo him, because there was a thing to be done first, and it had to be done cold or it would be done wrong. Get away from the throne, Joffrey, Jon said. It was never yours. You are sitting in a chair that belongs, by every law of blood you Lannisters were so eager to cite when you took my father's head to me. Joffrey did not get away from the throne. He gripped it harder, and his voice came out high and cracking, the voice of a boy doing an impression of his grandfather and getting it wrong. I am the king, Joffrey said. I am the king, and you are a traitor and a bastard and the son of a traitor, and I will have your head as I had your father's, I will. I'll mount it on the wall and make your sister kiss it, I'll. His eyes went to the windows where the dragon's shadow passed, and the bravado guttered, and he tried another tack, the way cornered cruelty always does, sliding from threat to bargain without any honest thing in between. You wouldn't dare. The small folk love me. My grandfather's army. Your grandfather is dead on the wall of this keep, Jon said. I gave him a clean death, which is more than he expected and more than your house gave mine. Your army is mine or fled. Your Tyrells have already sent a man to me offering the rose to whoever holds the city by nightfall, which is a lesson in loyalty you would do well to learn in the time you have left to learn anything. There is no one coming, Joffrey. There is only this room and the law and what I decide to do in it. He let the silence work. He had become, over a long winter, a master of the silence that works, and this was the most important one he would ever spend. He could feel the dragon outside. That was the thing no one in the hall understood, that the hardest part of this moment was not the cowering boy on the chair. It was Vorgar, circling the keep, and the bond between them gone thrumming tight, because the dragon could feel what Jon felt. And what Jon felt, looking at the golden child who had taken Ned Stark's head to impress a crowd, was a heat that wanted to fill this hall from the windows to the floor and leave nothing in it but the smell. He could do it. He could call the dragon down through the roof and turn the throne room of the Targaryens into the funeral pyre of the golden child who had murdered his father, and every man who had marched with him 1,000 leagues would call it justice, and Sansa, behind her pillar, might even be glad. Stop in time. See their face. Let the shame be faster than the fire. He saw his father's face, not Joffrey's. His father's on a morning in the snow, a deserter kneeling, a boy at his side learning the law. Whoever passes the sentence should swing the sword. If you would take a man's life, you owe it to him to look in his eyes and hear his last words. Anything less is murder, and a house built on murder does not stand. And you, Jon, of all my children, must never forget the difference, because you of all my children will one day have the power to forget it. Jon had not understood as a child in the snow why his father had looked at him in particular when he said that. He understood now. His father had known what was in his blood from the hour he pulled him from a dying woman in a tower of blood. The whole of Ned Stark's parenting, every cold morning and every patient lesson, had been one long preparation of a dragon's son to face exactly this room, this chair, this temptation, and to choose the sword over the fire. "I am not going to burn you, Joffrey," Jon said, and the relief that bloomed in the child's face was the most contemptible thing in a contemptible reign, and Jon let it bloom for one heartbeat before he finished. Burning would be a mercy, and quick, and it would let the realm remember you as a victim of a dragon instead of what you are. You are going to have a trial, a real one with your crimes read out and witnesses and the law my father died serving. And then, if the law says what we both know it will say, I am going to take your head with the sword, looking in your eyes, hearing your last words, the way my father took the heads of men who had earned it, the way you never had the courage to take his. You gave the order and let another man swing. I am going to do you the honor you denied him. I am going to do it myself. They tried Joffrey Baratheon in the throne room he had defiled, before the lords of the north and the riverlands and what could be assembled of the city's own. And it was not a long trial, because the crimes were many, and the defense was a boy alternately weeping and threatening. And the worst of the witnesses was a girl in a bruise-colored gown who stood very straight and told the hall, in a voice that did not shake, exactly what had been done to her in the months since her father's head came off, and named the men who had done it, and did not weep, because she had decided a long time ago that she would never again weep where a Lannister could see. The Maester of the host read the charges into that silence, and they were long. The murder of Lord Eddard Stark, Hand of the King, under a promise of mercy publicly given and publicly broken. The murder of Stark men sworn to peace upon the steps of a holy September, the beating of a highborn hostage, by sworn knights of the Kingsguard, for sport, on a king's idle word. And last of all and worst of all, the order to fire 800 jars of wildfire beneath a sleeping city, which the king had not given but had clapped his hands to hear proposed. A child delighting in the promise of 500,000 deaths. Each charge was read, and for each the witnesses came forward, small folk and soldiers, and a tired septon from Lannisport who had crossed a war to say his piece. And the child on the throne grew smaller with every one of them, until by the end there was nothing kingly left in the gilded armor at all. Only a cornered boy who had been handed the most dangerous toy in the world, and had used it the way a cruel child uses any toy, until it broke in his hands and began to break him in return. When she was done, The hall was silent in a way that no threat of Joffrey's had ever made it. Jon passed the sentences himself, because his father had taught him that a man who orders a death and lets another carry it out is the worst kind of coward, and he had walked 1,000 leagues to prove he was not that kind. He named Jon Snow first, the commander of the city watch who had taken his father's gold and then turned his cloaks at the crucial hour and made the arrest that ended in the Sept of Baelor. "You sold a man who trusted you for a lordship," Jon said. "You will not enjoy it." And Slynt, who had a great deal to say, was given the clean death his treachery had denied a better man, and the lordship he had been paid in went back to the small folk of the district he had bled. He came to Sir Ilyn Payne, the king's justice, the gaunt silent headsman who had actually swung the sword that took Ned Stark's head, and here Jon stopped, and the hall waited, because this was the one whose hand had done the deed, and every soul present expected the dragon to take him hardest of all. Jon did not. "You swung the sword," Jon said to the tongueless man, who looked back at him without flinching, because Ilyn Payne had long ago made his peace with being an instrument. "You are the king's justice. You did not pass the sentence. You did not give the order. You held the office of the axe, and the axe is swung by the hand that holds the warrant, and the warrant was the king's." Jon was quiet a moment. "My father held that office once in the north. He swung the sword himself on men the law condemned and slept at night, because the guilt of a lawful execution belongs to the law and to the one who passes the sentence, not to the blade. If I take your head for swinging a sword on a king's warrant, I take my father's head by the same logic, and my own, for the heads I will take in this room today. The guilt of my father's death is not yours, Sir Ilyn. It belongs to the child who passed the sentence to impress a mob. You are free to go or to serve as you choose. I will not punish the axe for the hand that lifted it. That distinction is the whole of the law my father died for, and I will not break it on the very day I avenge him. It was not what the hall wanted. The hall wanted blood for blood, every hand that had touched the deed. But the Blackfish at the back inclined his head as he had on the wall of the Golden Tooth, and Davos Seaworth's eyes were wet, and Sansa looked at her brother, who was her cousin, with something that was not yet forgiveness for the world, but was, perhaps, the beginning of believing the world might hold one just man in it, and that was worth more to Jon than the cheap roar that a burning would have brought. He came to Cersei last among the standing, and Cersei Lannister did not weep or threaten, because she was worth more than her son had been, even at her worst. You ordered 800 jars of wildfire lit under a city of 500,000 of your own people, Jon said. Your brother stopped it in a cellar in the dark, at the cost of his name again, which is the second time a Lannister has had to become the most hated man in the realm to undo what your house set in motion. You would have made a field of fire of King's Landing rather than lose it. You would have burned your own children, your own small folk, the girl behind that pillar and the child on that throne, all of them, sooner than hand me a city. There is a word for what you are, Lady Cersei, and it is the word the realm has spent 16 years hanging on your brother by mistake, and you wear it truly. You are the thing they all feared I would become. You are the Mad Queen, and you very nearly out-terrorized Aerys, and you did it not in madness but in spite, which is worse, because spite is a choice. I did it for my children, Cersei said, and her chin did not drop. Everything I have ever done I did for my children. You will not understand that. You have no children. You have a dragon and a dead father and a list of names. The whole city is laughing about your list, and you think the list makes you clean. It does not. You have burned more of the realm this year than I ever did. The only difference between us is that you write it down afterward and feel poorly, and you have convinced yourself the feeling poorly is a virtue. It is not. It is vanity. It is the most expensive vanity in the history of the world, and one day it will cost the people who trust you everything, because a butcher who weeps is still a butcher, and the weeping only slows his hand at the moment it most needs to be quick. It was the cruelest thing anyone said to Jon in the whole of that war, and the thing that kept him awake longest afterward, because there was a blade of truth in it, and Cersei Lannister had always known exactly where to put a blade. "Perhaps," Jon said at last, "perhaps the weeping is vanity. I would rather risk the vanity of the one who weeps than the certainty of the woman who lights the fire. You will not die today, Lady Cersei. Your crimes are against this city, and this city will judge you in the law, not by my hand and not by my fire. You will live to see your house pulled down and your wildfire dug out of the ground and your name set in the histories beside the Mad King's, where it belongs. That is a worse sentence than burning, and we both know it, and that is why I pass it." He turned from her before she could find the next blade, because he had learned that the only way to win against a person like Cersei Lannister was to refuse her the last word, and refusing it was the nearest thing to a victory the day allowed. Before the last of it, Jon turned to the two Lannisters who would not die that day, and made the hall watch him not kill them, which was its own kind of verdict. They brought Jaime up from the cellars where he had spent the assault drowning his own sister's fire, soot-blacked, his golden hair singed to the scalp in places. The homely woman Brienne a half-step behind him with her sword still bared against a room that did not yet know whether he was prisoner or savior. Tyrion they brought from the Hand's chambers, where he had been found not fleeing but burning the muster rolls that would have let the victors hunt down gold cloaks who had only followed orders, a quiet mercy, in character to the very last. "Sir Jaime Lannister," Jon said, "to the hall as much as to the man. Kingslayer, you broke every oath of your white cloak 16 years ago to put a sword through a king who meant to burn this city, and the realm has spat on you for it every day since. And last night, while I broke your walls, you went down into the dark and did it again. You stopped your own sister's wildfire with your own hand, and you have earned the realm's contempt a second time, because no one will ever believe a Lannister did the decent thing in a cellar where the only witnesses were a wall and a woman. He let it sit. I have witnesses. I name you here before these lords, the one man in Westeros who has twice refused to let a ruler turn this city into a pyre. You are free, Sir Jaime, not pardoned, for there is nothing in either deed that wants pardoning. Freed and named truly, which is the one thing your whole life has been starved of. If you would draw that sword again, draw it for the realm, and let the next song get your name right." Jaime Lannister, who had built a whole brittle self out of always having a quip ready, found that he had none, and the green eyes that had watched 1,000 cruelties without flinching were bright and wet, and he bowed his head to the Dragon Prince and said only, "Lo, Ned Stark raised a clever one." It was the second time he had said it. It was the first time it had not been a lament. "And you," Jon said to Tyrion, "you told a queen to give my sister back before there was a war to lose her in. You read the dragons true when every fool around you said lizard. You defended this city honestly while your own blood prepared to burn it. And you are, by every account I trust, the only Lannister who ever did a kindness in this keep and did not send a bill afterward. There are men at my shoulder who would see every lion in Westeros dead to the cradle. I told one of them in a cell that I would need to be able to point to a Lannister who acted like a man and not a beast and say, 'That one we judge as a man.' I find I can point to two. Live Tyrion Lannister, be the lord your father never had the imagination to be. The realm is starved of them, and you have, against all probability, the makings." "Gods," said Tyrion, blinking, for once in his life wholly without a jest. "I had prepared something exquisitely witty for my own execution. Now it is going to go to waste." But his voice was not steady, and the hall heard it, and the hall, which had come to watch a dragon burn lions, watched him weigh them instead, one at a time, by the only scale that has ever told a man from a monster, which is what each of them did in the hour when no one was making them do anything at all. And then there was only Joffrey, weeping on the Iron Throne, and the law had said what they all knew it would say, and Jon Snow climbed the steps of his ancestor's chair to do the thing he had come 1,000 leagues to do. He took the sword from Joffrey's own scabbard to do it. It was a beautiful thing, Valyrian steel, the ripples in the blade like black water, and Jon knew it the moment his hand closed on the grip, because Valyrian steel sings to the blood of old Valyria, and his blood was the oldest there was. It was half of ice. Tywin Lannister had taken his father's greatsword, the ancestral blade of House Stark, and melted down its honor and reforged it into 2 pretty swords for his pretty grandsons, and this was one of them, made from the very steel that had been Ned Stark's, given to the child who had used the other half of Ned Stark's life to end it. "This was my father's sword," Jon said, to the weeping king, to the hall, to the dragons circling outside, to the dead. "Your grandfather melted it down for a toy. It is fitting. I can think of no blade in the world more fitting." He looked into Joffrey Baratheon's eyes as his father had taught him, and he waited as his father had taught him, for the last words, because a man is owed his last words even when he has earned 100 deaths. "Please," said Joffrey, which were the truest words he had ever spoken and the smallest, and then a few more, none of them worth the carrying, and Jon carried them anyway, because that was the law, and the law was the only thing that made him different from the child on the chair, and he had decided that the difference was worth any weight. Then he did it clean, the way his father had on a morning in the snow, the one who passes the sentence swinging the sword himself, and it was over, and the child who had taken Ned Stark's head to impress a crowd died without a crowd, by the sword that had been Ned Stark's, in the hand of Ned Stark's son, and there was no cheering, because Jon had forbidden it, and the silence afterward was the most honest sound the throne room of the Red Keep had heard in many years. Vorgar outside, who had been a single word away from filling the hall with fire for the whole of it, settled onto the roof of the keep and folded his wings and did not burn anything, because the one whose blood he answered had chosen, in the one room where the choice could be made, the sword over the fire, the wolf over the dragon, his father over his grandfather, and the dragon, who keeps its own counsel, who has never in the turning of the world cared what a man means to do with it, would have to keep waiting to be that other thing, perhaps forever, perhaps only until the next half-second. He found Sansa afterward in the quiet of the keep, and the reunion was not the reunion of a song. They did not weep on each other, or speak of the old days in the snow, or pretend that the children who had wrestled at Winterfell still existed inside the 2 careful people who met now in a corridor of the conquered Red Keep. Sansa stood very straight and looked at him, and Jon stood very straight and looked at her, 2 survivors taking the measure of how much the other had lost, and at last Sansa said, "Mother sent you to bring me out, didn't she?" And Jon said, "I gave her my word in the godswood. I keep my word. It is the only thing I have left of him that they could not melt down." And Sansa's careful stillness cracked, just slightly, just at the corners, and she said, "Arya," and it was a question and a plea and a wound all at once. "I don't know," Jon said, because he would not lie to her, not even kindly. "She vanished the day they took father, and there's no body and no ransom and no word. The Lannisters never had her. I've torn this keep apart asking, and Cersei would have used her if she'd had her. Which means she got out. A 9-year-old girl got out of this city the day it became the most dangerous place in the world for a Stark, and stayed out and stayed hidden through a year of war." He almost smiled and did not, because the not knowing was too heavy. "If you knew our sister, you'd know that's not surrender. That's the most hopeful thing I've heard about Arya in my life. She's out there, Sansa, somewhere, being exactly the kind of trouble that keeps a person alive. I'll spend the rest of my days looking if it comes to that, but I'll not insult you with a comfort I can't prove. She's lost, and lost is not dead. With Arya, lost was always a long way from dead." Sansa looked at him a long moment, the brother who was her cousin, the bastard who was a prince, the dragon who had chosen the sword. And she did the thing that Catelyn Stark had not been able to do in a godswood a year before, the thing that the whole long war had perhaps been quietly for. She stopped being afraid of him. "Then we look," Sansa said. "Together. Whatever you are now, Jon, you came for me. No one else came, we look." That night the lords gathered in the throne room, around the empty iron throne, and they looked at Jon Snow the way men look at a thing they have decided is inevitable. And the great Jon, who said the loud thing so that quieter men did not have to, said it. "Sit," Jon Umber said. "You've the blood. Rhaegar's true-born son, the Dornish say, and 3 dragons besides, 2 now and the city and the war one. There's not a man in this hall or this realm with a claim to touch yours. Sit in the bloody chair, your grace, and let us bend the knee and go home and sleep for a year." And the lords stirred, and some of them were already bending, and the empty throne waited at the end of the hall, the chair of 1,000 swords forged in dragon fire, the thing his grandfather had sat and his great-grandfathers, the thing his whole blood pulled him toward across the bloody floor. And Jon Snow stood and looked at it, and felt the dragon on the roof, and felt the weight of every name on every list, and felt, most of all, the thing his father had spent 16 years and his own life trying to give him, which was the strength to want a thing and not take it. He thought of the oath he had sworn Rickard Karstark by a fire in the Westerlands, that he would never reach for the chair, and how he had meant it as a gift, and was only now learning it had been a rope thrown to his future self across a gap he could not yet see the far side of. He thought of 102 years of a blind man among the ravens, the last ember of this same fire, telling him to kill the child he had been, and let something wiser stand up in his place. He thought of the dead beyond the wall, walking, patient, indifferent to which living king sat which carved chair. The Iron Throne was a seat for a man who wished to rule the living. Jon had seen the dead, and had come to understand that the throne was the smallest prize on a board far larger than any of these lords had yet looked up to see, and that the men who could not lift their eyes past it were exactly the men who would lose the whole game while congratulating one another on the chair. "No," Jon said. Chapter 9. In Chapter 10. Ice and Fire. A man can win every battle and still have to decide what the winning was for, and Jon Snow discovered that this last decision was harder than any of the ones that had blood in them. The lords would have crowned him in the throne room with the bodies barely cold. That was the danger of victory, that it offers you the very thing you fought to deny your enemy, and offers it with open arms by acclamation, so that the refusing of it looks like ingratitude or madness or both. They had a claim to waive. Rhaegar's true-born son, the Dornish marriage attested by Howland Reed and a Septon's record found in a Dornish holdfast, the last male Targaryen of the senior line, with 2 living dragons and the only army left standing in Westeros. There was no argument against his sitting the Iron Throne except the one Jon had given them, which was the word no, and a refusal is the weakest thing in the world until the man making it proves he means it. He meant it. He spent the days after the city fell proving it, which was harder work than taking the city had been. The realm needs a king, the great Jon said for the 3rd time in the small council chamber where Jon had gathered the lords who mattered and the 2 Lannisters who had earned a chair. A realm without a king is a realm with 7 wars in it by spring. You won't sit. Fine. You're stubborn. Your father was stubborn. It's a family disease and the family is welcome to it. But you have to give us something to put in the chair, Snow, or the moment your dragons turn their backs the whole thing comes apart in our hands. "I know," Jon said. "I'm not asking you to leave the chair empty. I'm asking you to stop thinking the answer is a person, and start thinking the answer is a way of choosing one." He laid it out as he had laid out the campaign against Tywin in pieces, each one following from the last. Aegon took these kingdoms with dragons 300 years ago, and the dragons died, and the throne went on being the most dangerous chair in the world, because it was a chair a man could only get by being born to it or by killing everyone born ahead of him. Look at what that has bought us. A mad king, a war for a queen's pride, my father's head, a boy who took it to impress a crowd. The chair makes monsters because the chair can only be won by the kind of person willing to do anything to win it. And then we are all surprised when the winner turns out to be the kind of person willing to do anything. He set his hands flat on the table. I have the dragons. I could end the argument forever today by sitting down. And the lesson of my whole house is that the one who ends the argument by sitting down is the first link in the next chain of monsters. So number we will call a great council, every lord in the realm and the voices of the cities and the faith, and they will choose who rules, and the dragons will stand behind the choosing and not on the chair. And if the realm chooses badly, it will at least have chosen, and a thing a people chooses they can unchoose, which is the only freedom that has ever mattered. The great Jon objected that a great council had not been called in 100 years and had ended badly the last time. A gray-robed septon objected that the faith must have a voice in any king's choosing. A river lord objected that the small folk had no business being consulted on anything at all, and Davos Seaworth, who had been a small folk and risen no higher than the truth allowed, answered him so quietly and so well that the river lord found he had no second objection ready. They argued the shape of it and the timing of it and who would sit and who would only stand and listen, and Jon let them argue, because the arguing was the point. A realm that argues about how to choose a ruler is a realm that has not simply been handed one at the point of a dragon, and the difference between those two realms was, Jon had come to believe, the whole of what his father had died trying to protect. You understand, Tyrion said to him quietly in a lull, that you are inventing a worse job than king and then refusing to take even that. A man who conquers a kingdom and then spends his victory teaching it how to do without him is either the wisest ruler in 300 years or the most elaborate coward, and I have made a study of cowards, and I cannot for the life of me tell which you are. Neither can I, Jon said. Ask me in 10 years if either of us lives that long. Given where you are flying, Tyrion said, I would not lay coin on it, but I will run your council, dragon, and dig your sister's fire out of the ground, and send your grain north, and try to be the kind of lord my father never had the imagination to be. And when the singers ask me why a Lannister served the dragon who pulled his house down, I will tell them the truth, which is that he was the first person who ever weighed me and did not find me wanting before he started. Go and fight your dead. I will mind the living. It is the one thing I have ever been good at that did not involve wine. It was not a clean solution. There is no clean solution. Jon had learned that in the ash of Lannisport and never unlearned it. The lords argued for a fortnight, but the dragon stood behind the argument and not in it. And that, in the end, was the thing that made it possible, because every lord in that room did the same some Tywin Lannister had done at Harrenhal and arrived at the same answer, which was that you do not say no to a dragon lord who is, against all sense, saying no to himself. They settled it the slow way, the hard way, the way without songs, which Jon had come to understand was the only way anything was ever truly settled. The North would be free. That much Jon insisted on, and Robb had earned, and no one with 2 dragons at his back could be refused. Robb Stark would be king in the North, as the Starks had been kings of winter for 8,000 years before a dragon came and made them bend, and the old border at the neck would be a border again, and the North would govern itself by its own gods and its own laws. And Jon thought their father, who had wanted only to keep his children out of the southern game, might have understood that the surest way to do it was to take the whole North off the board. The South would have its great council. Tyrion Lannister would serve as hand of the interim, because the realm needed a clever administrator more than it needed a clean one, and Tyrion was the cleverest man left alive, and had spent his life being judged for an ugliness that had nothing to do with his sums. Davos Seaworth would sit the small council as the voice of the small folk, an office that had never existed, which Jon invented on the spot and dared anyone to argue was unnecessary. And no one did, because the old smuggler had washed up on the right shore at the right hour, and the realm could feel it. The wildfire would be dug out of the ground, every cache, by men paid honestly and not at sword point, and the alchemists' guild would be disbanded, and its secrets burned, which was the one fire Jon lit in King's Landing that he never once regretted. He walked the city once before he left it, as he had walked Lannisport, as he walked every place his war had touched, because the discipline did not end with victory and the list did not close. King's Landing was healing the way a body heals, unevenly, with scars. The harbor was rebuilding. The smell of the wildfire was going out of the streets as the alchemists' caches came up out of the ground jar by green jar under guard. The small folk who had hidden from a dragon now lined up for grain a dragon prince had paid for, and they did not cheer him, which Jon counted as the truest sign that he had done it right. Men cheer conquerors and shrink from them, but a city that simply lets you walk its streets unguarded has decided something quieter and more durable about you. An old woman spat at his feet in the street of Flower for a son lost on a wall, and his guards moved and he waved them back and stood and took it, because she had the right, and her son was on his list, and a man who cannot stand to be spat at by the bereaved has no business keeping the list at all. And Sansa Stark would go home to Winterfell, to be her brother's right hand in the rebuilding of the North, and to keep looking, because there was a sister still lost somewhere in the wide world, and a Stark does not stop looking for a Stark. She came to Jon the night before she rode north, in the godswood of the Red Keep, which was a poor southern thing with no heart tree, only a stunted oak the Targaryens had never bothered to cut down, and she stood with him under it the way her mother had stood with him in the godswood of Riverrun a lifetime ago. And the difference between the two conversations was the whole of what the war had cost and bought. "Mother will never forgive the world," Sansa said. "But she'll forgive you," she told me. She said a man who keeps a promise made in a godswood to a woman who hated him is a man worth more than the both of us guessed. She was quiet. "Come north, Jon, when this is done. Come home. There's a place for you at Winterfell. There always was. Father made sure of it even when he couldn't tell us why." "I'm going north," Jon said. "But not home, not yet. Maybe not ever the way you mean it." And he told her why. Because she had earned the truth the way Robb had earned it, and the telling of it changed the ending of his story from a victory into something with a colder and a larger shape. The raven from the wall had come on the day the city fell, and Jon had not opened it until the reckoning was done, because he had known, the way the blood knows things, what it would say, and he had wanted to finish being an Avenger before he started being whatever he was about to have to become. It was from Sam. The hand was Sam's, hurried, blotted, the hand of a man writing by a guttering candle with no time. "Aemon is dead," it said. "He went in his sleep, smiling, 3 nights after you flew south. His last words were of you, and of dragons, and of a brother named Egg, and he said the prophecy was real, and you were the proof, and he was glad to have lived to touch it. We buried him beyond the wall in the cold as he asked. And then, lower, in a hand-grown wilder, Jon, they are coming. Not the wildlings, the other thing. The dead. Mormont took 300 men beyond the wall to learn the truth of it, and 24 came back, and Mormont was not among them. They came at the fist of the first men in the snow, in their thousands, and behind the thousands there was a cold that put out fire, and behind the cold there were the ones who make the dead, the White Walkers of the old songs, riding dead horses under a sky that had gone wrong. The wall has 100 men to hold 300 miles of it. We sent ravens to every king in the realm and got back silence, because every king in the realm is busy being a king. You are the only one who has seen them. You are the only one with fire that flies. For the sake of the gods and your father's memory, Jon, come home. The real war is here, and it does not care whose head sits on which chair, and we are going to lose it without you. Jon read it 3 times, standing in the conquered throne room of his ancestors, with the chair of swords at his back, and the bodies of his vengeance newly carried out, and a continent's worth of lords ready to make him master of it all. And he understood, reading it, that everything since the wall, the mourning and the cave and the campaign and the fire and the reckoning, all of it, the whole terrible song, had been only the forging of the weapon. This was the war it had been forged for. The throne was a candle. This was the dark that ate candles, exactly as Mormont had named it on a morning that felt now like another man's life. This is why, he told Sansa, in the poor southern godswood, and he gave her the raven to read. This is why I won't sit the chair. Not vanity, not honor, not even father's lessons, though they're in it. There is a war coming that makes the one we just fought look like 2 boys wrestling in the snow, and it is coming whether the realm believes in it or not, and I raised these dragons in a cave under the world to fight it, even when I told myself I raised them to avenge father. The avenging was the road. This is the destination, fire against the cold, the light that brings the dawn. He almost smiled, and this time he led it most of the way. There's a vow they make at the wall. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. I broke that vow to come south and bury our father. I'm going north to keep it. He did not go alone, which was the difference between the one who rode north and the one who had ridden south. The north would come. Robb would bring its strength, once the harvest was in and the wall was provisioned, because the North remembered the old enemy in its bones even when the South laughed at the stories. The wildlings would come, the free folk who had been running from the dead for a generation and could become, Jon saw, 300,000 spears instead of 300,000 corpses, if a man with fire and the standing to do it would only open the wall and let them through to the right side of the war. Tyrion would send the South's grain and the South's gold north, an administrator's war, the least glamorous and most necessary kind. Davos would build the ships to carry it. Jaime Lannister, freed and named truly at last, had asked to ride north with Jon, because a man who has spent his life being hated for the one good thing he did might, Jon thought, find some peace in a war where the enemy was unambiguous and the dead did not keep score. And Jon had said yes, because a Kingslayer who had twice refused to burn a city was exactly the kind of blade he wanted at the cold end of the world. The free folk were the heart of it, and the part no Southron king would ever have dared. 300,000 of them, the histories would say, huddled north of the wall and dying by inches as the cold came down, the ancient enemy of the Watch and the North both. Jon meant to open the wall to them. He had seen the dead at the fist in his dreams and in Sam's blotted hand, and he had done the arithmetic that no one with old grievances could bring himself to do, that every free folk man who died north of the wall stood up again as a soldier for the other side, and that 300,000 spears were 300,000 spears whatever gods they prayed to or did not, and that the only border that mattered now was the one between the living and the dead. It would cost him. It would cost him lords and oaths and a great deal of the goodwill his restraint had bought. He would spend it anyway, because Aemon had told him on the first morning that the men who follow you will pay for what you carry, and the only honest thing to do was to make certain they paid for something worth the price. And the dragons would come, 2 now where there had been 3, Vorgar grown vast and black and terrible. Selira healed of her bolt wounds and swift and silver and scarred. And Jon had kept his oath to Rickard Karstark to the letter, because the dragons were going north, away from the throne, toward the war that mattered, and Karstark, who had buried 2 sons and expected to bury his trust as well, had looked at the dragon prince turning his back on the Iron Throne to fly toward the worst place in the world, and had knelt and said only, "My boys would have followed you. I see it now. I am sorry I did not see it sooner," which was the nearest a hard, cold man could come to grace. He parted from Robb on the King's Road north of the ruined Trident, where the king in the north would turn for Winterfell, and the long rebuilding and the dragon prince would fly on ahead to the wall. They had said the large things already in councils and over maps. What was left was the small thing, the thing brothers say, and Robb said it badly, which was how Jon knew that he meant it. "Don't die up there," the king in the north said. "I have lost a father and nearly a mother and possibly a sister, and I have only just got a brother back who turns out to be a cousin and a prince, and the song of ice and fire and gods alone know what else, and I find I am not willing to lose him to a snowdrift full of corpses. Come south when it is finished. Winterfell is yours, whatever your name turns out to be. It always was." He made certain of it, and Jon gripped his arm hard, as their father's men gripped a thing they meant to keep, and said, "If it can be done, I will do it," which was not a promise to live, and Robb heard that it was not a promise to live, and let him go anyway, because that was the use of a brother, to let you ride toward the worst place in the world and not make it heavier by weeping where you could be seen. The free folk and the spearwives, the wounded dragon and the healed one, the long trains of southern grain, all of it would come north behind him in its time. But the road, at the last, narrowed to 1 rider and 1 wolf and 2 dragons and the cold ahead, the same shape the whole tale had begun in. A solitary figure turned north toward a thing in the dark that only he had seen. The symmetry of it was not lost on him. He had ridden out from the wall to bury a father, and ridden 1,000 leagues and a whole war, and come back to nearly the same patch of cold, changed past his own recognizing, to take up the duty he had broken in order to leave. The gods, Bloodraven had told him in a cave under the world, did not explain themselves. Jon had stopped needing them too. He understood the shape of the thing now, and the shape was enough. Far across the narrow sea, Jon knew there was another. The reports came in fragments by ship and rumor, and the Red Priestess's desperate letters before Stannis' cause guttered out entirely. A silver-haired girl in the east, a queen of a foreign city, with 3 dragons of her own grown to the size of his and an army of freed slaves at her back, marching, the rumors said, ever westward, toward a sea she meant one day to cross. The song of ice and fire, Bloodraven had called him, in a cave under the world. He understood now that it had never been a song with one singer. There were 2 fires in the world, his in the north and hers in the east, and a war of the dead between them and beneath them, and what would happen when ice was beaten and the 2 fires finally met, whether they would together mend the world or finish the burning of it, was a question for a tale that had not yet been written, and that Jon Snow would have to live long enough to be a part of, which was its own kind of grim ambition. But that was tomorrow's war, and tomorrow's tale. Today's was in the north, in the cold, where it had always been, where it had been waiting for him on the night. A red comet hung over the wall, and a 3-eyed raven called a morning boy to the roots of the world. The night before he flew, Jon dreamed for the first time since the cave. He stood again in the wood of weirwoods at the heart of the world, the white trees and the red leaves and the carved faces weeping, but the wood had changed. Frost rimed the red leaves now, and the weeping faces had gone still and cold, and the cave at the foot of the great hill was dark and empty, the 3-eyed raven gone, the children of the forest gone, Bloodraven spent at last and wholly into the tree. Only one figure waited at the cave's mouth, an old woman, wolf pale of eye, and she was not weeping either. Morna of the frozen shore looked at the dragon prince she had bought with her life, and she did not tell him to make them scream as she had on the night she burned. The screaming was done. Instead she said in the dry, flat voice of a frozen lake, "You stopped in time. I did not think you would. Most do not." She gestured north into a dark that was not the friendly dark of nightfall but the other kind, the kind that put out fire, the kind he had felt in his teeth on the night the dead came for them in the snow. "Now comes the part the vengeance was only practice for," she said. "The dead have no head you can take, boy. They do not kneel in a throne room and beg. There is no list long enough for them, and no clean death, and no justice, only the fire and the cold in which one outlasts the night." She almost smiled. The hard pull at one corner of her mouth he remembered from the cave. "You wanted a weapon to bury your father. The gods gave you one to bury the night and dressed it as the first so that you would carry it north without arguing. That is how they have always worked. Go and be the thing they made." "And Jon Snow," she said, and leaned close, and her breath was cold, and the cold had stopped being a thing that could reach him somewhere over Lannisport. "Stop in time, even with them, even at the very end. Especially then. A fire that will not stop is only winter wearing a warmer coat, and the world has had enough of both." He woke before dawn with frost on the inside of the window glass and the taste of cold ash on his tongue, and Vorgar's eye open and golden in the dark of the yard below, fixed on the north. He understood that the dream had been no more a dream than the first one had, and that the roots of the world had kept back a little counsel after all. Against the day, a man they had spent everything to forge would finally need it. He flew north in the last of the failing winter, ahead of the host, because a thing with wings does not march at a host's pace, and because he wanted, one time, to make the journey as he had first dreamed it. Alone, with the wolf below and the dragon beneath and the cold, clean wind of the top of the world coming down to meet him. Ghost ran the Kingsroad beneath him, a white shape against the dark earth, tireless, and Vorgar carried him up where the air thinned and the world spread out the way it had spread out from the top of the wall on the morning everything began. And somewhere ahead, past the neck and the north and the long miles, the wall waited, 700 feet of ancient ice, the shield at the edge of the world, undermanned and half forgotten and about to become, again, the only thing that mattered. He thought of the youth he had been on the morning the raven came, the one who had stood in Mormont's solar and held the world still by holding himself still, who had ridden out to die in his father's quarrel and been talked back by a fat coward who told the truth. That boy had wanted one thing, and one thing only, which was for the men who killed Ned Stark to pay. He had gotten it. Joffrey was dead by his father's own steel in his own hand, and Tywin was dead on a wall, and Cersei would rot in a cell while the realm dug her madness out of the ground, and the men who had made the arrest and told the lie were dead or scattered, and the girl he had promised to save was safe and riding home, and the debt that had driven him 1,000 leagues was paid in full, every copper of it. And Jon Snow had learned the thing that no one who has not paid such a debt will ever quite believe, which is that paying it does not bring back the dead, and does not fill the hole, and does not, in the end, change anything at all except the one who paid. He had thought on the night the raven came that vengeance was a door, and that on the far side of it there would be peace, or rest, or at least the absence of the thing that drove him. He had been wrong about that, the way the young are wrong about the things they have not yet done. Vengeance was not a door, it was a mirror. You went 1,000 leagues and burned a kingdom and took the heads you had come for, and at the end of it the only thing changed was the face that looked back, harder now and older, and carrying a list of names that would never close. His father had tried to warn him of it without ever quite saying it, because some things cannot be taught, only paid for. Jon had paid. He carried the receipt north with him, folded small, in the place behind his eyes where he kept everything that mattered. He was not the youth who had ridden south. The grief had not left him. It had only changed, the way Eamon had promised it would on the first morning in the rookery among the ravens. It had gone to the bottom of the well and become foundation. And on the foundation he had built a war, and won it, and refused a throne. And now he would build one more thing on it, the last and largest, a wall of fire against the cold, the shield that guards the realms of men. And he understood at last that this was what his father had been preparing him for in every patient lesson, and what his mother had bought for the world with her life in a tower of blood, and what a spearwife had paid for in a cave, and what a dragon was for. Below him, Ghost lifted his head and looked north, and Jon followed the wolf's gaze as he had on the top of the wall a lifetime ago, and far ahead, past the last of the failing light, the first true cold of the real winter came down out of the dark to meet the only fire in the world that had flown 1,000 leagues to find it. Jon Snow looked north, and the north looked back, and this time he did not wait to be called. He flew to meet it. Chapter 10 End.